Chapter 601 Heaven is unjust, I'll take it myself, who dares to stop me?
Chen Xi never expected Li Yu to cause such a commotion. A sword was stuck directly into the table, making it impossible not to attract attention. The originally lively conversation and gathering instantly quieted down as everyone stared at the sword stuck in the table, shaking and ringing softly. No one dared to continue speaking.
At this moment, Li Yu's coldness even made Zhao, who was far away on the opposite side, feel a kind of pressure. Zhao still remembered Li Yu's always calm and indifferent expression. What could have made the usually calm Li Yu so angry? Zhang suddenly heard a silence in the outer hall, frowned, then stood up, bowed and said, "Please wait a moment, everyone, I will go and see what has happened in the outer hall. May I ask why Master Li is like this?" Zhao stood up, bowed to Li Yu, and asked. He had clearly heard the words, "Since heaven is unjust, I will strive to be strong. For thousands of years, man will surely conquer heaven." What exactly did Chen Shiyi say that could make the usually calm and composed Li Yu say such defiant words? Fa Zheng also stood up and looked at Jiasu. He was very interested in what this group of people were talking about, since Li Yu had said such a thing. Such an important and infuriating topic, yet he wasn't included. I hate the injustice of heaven. The people of the Central Plains are starving. We have risen up with all our might to seek peace and well-being in our own land. We have worked diligently to protect the people of our own region. We have been working hard for 10 years to rebuild the glory of China. But now we have learned that there is a land in the world that yields 3 harvests a year. Li Yu drew his sword directly, his face showing no emotion. "Lord Li, please calm your anger. Sun will go change his clothes and will arrive shortly. Please postpone these official matters," Zhang said, bowing gracefully to Li Yu. This was the first time she had temporarily assumed Lu Bei's place in public. Without waiting for Li Yu's reply, Zhang beckoned to the servants outside the door. She ordered the tables and chairs to be moved out and replaced with fresh food. She then ordered the singers and dancers to be brought in ahead of time to liven up the atmosphere again. Only after confirming that Li Yu wouldn't throw another tantrum did she slowly retreat. "Send someone to inform Lord Sun. Clothes are not important. Tell him everything that happened in the main hall," without omitting a single word, Zhang instructed the maid beside her after she left. By now, the maids in Lu Bei's household knew to treat Zhang as their mistress when necessary. At least they no longer hesitated as before. "Wenru, you've gone a bit too far. Is it really necessary?" Chen Shiyi smiled wryly, looking at Li Yu, who was sitting with a gloomy expression, completely baffled as to where Li Yu's anger had come from. "Wenru, calm down, calm down. Those places will be ours sooner or later, don't worry." Lu Su also pulled Li Yu aside to persuade him, while Jiasu, who was standing to the side, also became noticeably gloomy. "You don't understand. Neither Zijing nor Zishuang have truly witnessed human tragedy. Zishuang comes from a noble family, and Zijing has countless riches and provisions. You haven't experienced it," Jiasu said in a low voice. "Compared to what happened after you took control of Mount Tai, this region isn't so bad. In Ziliang, you'll see people risking their lives for a meal, dying and becoming someone else's meal." At this moment, Jiasu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Compared to Lu Su and Chen Shiyi, who were unsophisticated, he had truly seen how hundreds or thousands of refugees were reduced to just a few, and he had also witnessed the tragedy of the people of Yongliang going out to find food because the Han dynasty was powerless to provide relief, with only 1 in 10 surviving. Compared to the situation in Yongliang where people truly had no food, in Qinjian, even if things went badly, there were powerful families to rob. Once the refugees reached a certain level, they could rob a few powerful families and then have food to eat. Although the casualties were heavy, compared to places like Yongliang, the misery was on a completely different level. Especially after Chen Shiyi took control of Mount Tai, Qingzhou was not in such dire straits at all. At least Chen Shiyi never stopped providing disaster relief to ensure the number of yellow turbans in Qingzhou. Although the yellow turbans in Qingzhou were not well fed, at least they did not starve to death. In particular, those people were united enough that even if they were not well fed, they would not starve to death. It is estimated that only about 10% of them actually starved to death. It is not comparable to Yongliang, where there was not a single rooster crowing for thousands of miles. Well, I haven't really seen any truly terrible situations. The worst one was in Sushu. As for the others, at least since I came to Mount Tai, I've done my best to save a lot of people. Chen Shiyi nodded and said. Didn't have the same deep feelings for food as Li Yu and Jiasu, but that didn't stop him from understanding those feelings. I generally don't watch human tragedies. I only do my best, like now, Lu Su said calmly. No matter how tragic this era is, I won't curse it. I will use my hands and my mind to change this era. I can't change the past tragedies, but the world will still be the same after I die. That's my incompetence. Jiasu nodded. Chen Shiyi and Lu Su's answers were in different directions, but both of their answers shocked Jiasu. Jiasu couldn't help but wonder if he had such awareness 20 years ago. It seemed that he had only had such thoughts 10 years ago, but 8 years ago Jiasu completely gave up his ideal of changing the world and lived only for himself. It seemed that the shackles of the world were not something he could break. Now he had become accustomed to self-preservation. Li Yu turned to look at Jiasu. Lu Su's words resonated with him. Compared to Jiasu, he had never changed his idea of breaking the rules of the world. Whether he was battered and bruised by the counterattack or betrayed by Dongzhou, he never wavered even when he was disheartened. Yes, people can't just look at the past. The future is the most important. If the world is still the same after we die, then it's because we are incompetent. Chen Shiyi nodded. Lu Su's words resonated with him. No matter how bad this era is, at least we are all trying to make it better. I'll say it again, if heaven won't grant it, then let us take it. Li Yu said with a sneer. Count me in. A ripple flashed in Jiasu's eyes. After 10 years of stagnation, when self-preservation becomes a habit, when that habit becomes part of my instincts, even I have become accustomed to it. If I can't even control my own thoughts and actions, am I still myself? A person has to leave something behind in this life. If the heavens are unfair, I will take it myself. Who dares to stop me?
At this moment, The sharpness emanating from Jiaosu was so dazzling that Chengxi felt it was blinding, an extreme brilliance.
Li Yu had never seen such sharpness in years. He was momentarily distracted. Was this the Jia Wen he had been waiting for? Perhaps. His brilliance was fully revealed, and he was the real Jia Wen he. How could I be absent from such an important event? Lu Bei, who had just changed his clothes, had overheard the gist of the conversation, and when Jiasu spoke, he finally stepped out of the inner hall. Lord Sund. Chen Shiyi cupped his hands in greeting, and the others also rose to greet him. This is a private banquet, please don't stand on ceremony, Lu Bei said to the crowd. Turning his attention back to the four people in front of him, he sighed deeply. Zishuan, if only you had been born 20 years earlier. To be continued, please search for the novel for better and faster updates. Chapter 602 My conscience is clear. Chen Shiyi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, since ancient times, a righteous ruler has produced virtuous ministers. 20 years ago, Sun Gong was so powerful, who in the world today could easily claim to be able to defeat him? A virtuous minister needs a virtuous ruler. When the ruler is wise, the ministers will naturally be capable. Lu Bei shook his head slightly at Chen 11's words, but he had to admit that the Han dynasty had long been plagued by problems. Even if Chen Shiyi had been born 20 years earlier, he would have had little chance of achieving anything. The ills left by Emperors Huan and Ling could not be eradicated overnight, and the powerful clans had already accumulated enough power over the past 100 years. Li Yu was deeply moved by what Chen Shiyi said. Although strategists and generals are important, they are not as important as the monarch. Every monarch has his own charisma, which attracts civil and military officials to his side, and then they can build a foundation under his leadership. Without a leader, even a group of excellent civil and military officials can only be described as headless flies. A righteous ruler and virtuous ministers, a virtuous ruler and capable ministers. Yes, the most important thing is still the most crucial element, the ruler. Lu Bei shook his head helplessly. The dynastic system could never be avoided. Let's not talk about this issue that we can't change, Lu Bei said helplessly, waving his hand. He had never had any intention of disrespecting imperial power, which was why, when this point was brought up, Lu Bei knew the problem involved, but could only avoid it. If he continued, he might inevitably say something treasonous. Li Yu and Chen Shiyi exchanged a glance, both seeing the light in each other's eyes. The difference was that Li Yu remained calm, while Chen Shiyi had a smile on her face. It's not necessarily unchangeable. We can't change the past, and we can't change the future either. I suppose Lord Sund wants to know what we were talking about earlier. Chen Shiyi asked, suppressing his joy. That's natural. When he and I both experienced the Yellow Turban Rebellion and witnessed the displacement of the people, we also understand the helplessness of trying to help but being powerless to save them. What the world lacks is food. If possible, I will make sure that every family has surplus food, and the place you know is very important. Lu Bei sighed and said, at present, Mount Tai can be considered to have surplus food for every family, but this surplus food is not enough to achieve what Lu Bei wants. Compared to Li Yu and Jiasu, Lu Bei, who had also witnessed the displacement of people during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, did not harbor the same resentment and bitterness. He remained calm, but his calm words revealed the same thoughts as Li Yu and Jiasu. For people like them, their views on this matter were absolutely unified. I can't say. Chen Shiyi shook his head. I can only say that there are indeed such places, but we have a more important task now. We have to take things one step at a time and can't rush things. We need to defeat Yuan Shao. Conquering the Central Plains has always been our established strategy, and that cannot be changed. We must also take over the 5 million hectares of land in the north. Only then can we accumulate enough strength. Since that is the case, I want to ask again. I'll inquire again when we conquer the north. I hope Zishuang won't forget by then, Liu Bei nodded and said. At this moment, Liu Bei was convinced of his victory. If before he harbored any lingering fear of Yuan Shao's brilliance and might, or any moral deficiency, now Liu Bei dared to point at Yuan Shao and say he had a clear conscience. He was determined to eliminate Yuan Shao. Only by defeating Yuan Shao and seizing control of the north could he be qualified to save more people. Liu Bei left gracefully, leaving only his back view for Chen Shiyi and the others. Jiasu and the others also looked at Chen Shiyi. In the end, Chen Shiyi could only bite the bullet and say that only with great strength could one possess and develop it.
To be honest, Chen Xi wasn't joking. The bioregion did indeed have 3 harvests a year, but in the Tang Dynasty, it was still a place of exile that needed to be developed. Moreover, it took the entire nation's resources for 20 years to see initial results.
After that, without the investment of 2 generations, the land of fish and rice is still very far away. As for now, it would be meaningless to buy it, and it would only waste too much time and effort. That is what makes it interesting. Lu Su's calm expression was filled with strong confidence. Expanding territory is our duty. This is good. There are too few opponents in the Central Plains. After defeating Yuan Shao, I wonder who else is worth our careful planning. Zijing, never underestimate the heroes of the world. Li Yu glanced at Lu Su and said, Cao Man is not to be underestimated. Then Jiasu chimed in, Sun Bafo is also an outstanding person, no small matter. If Cao Man hadn't suffered the defeat at Sushu, he could have succeeded. Now he's nothing but a clown. If he were by our side, we could wipe him out in a flash. Sun Bafo is bound by Yuan Gonglu. He's incredibly loyal, but he's destined to be unable to fight back. Lu Su said with a sneer. In this world, there's only one person who can rival him, Yuan Shao. The others are just mediocre. Although they are talented, they are simply unlucky. Chen Shiyi nodded in agreement. Although Cao and Sun Ce were exceptionally capable, their current situation was entirely due to bad luck. On the contrary, Yuan Shao was becoming increasingly powerful, and now his raw strength was basically 3 times that of his historical counterpart. This was only because his strategists and generals limited his abilities, otherwise, he would have been even more formidable. Let's not talk about that anymore. I'll call Zai over. As he spoke, Jiasu beckoned to Fachhan. Fachhan had been eager to know what had happened on Chen 11's side, and now he had finally been summoned. Kong Ming, come here too. Li Yu and Lu Su beckoned to Zhaoyang at the same time. They were also entitled to know these things. The group quickly recounted the events. Compared to Liu Bei, Jie Su, and Li Yu, who truly understood the cruelty of the world, Lu Su and Chen Shiyi had only witnessed some tragedies, while Fa Zheng and Zhao were truly inexperienced geniuses who had never seen such things before and had only read about them in books. Fortunately, both of them were exceptionally talented. Although they hadn't experienced much hardship or witnessed any tragedies, they could at least vaguely understand how important a place with 3 harvests a year was to the people. However, they didn't have the same profound and ingrained understanding as Li Yu and Jie Su. Let's pacify the north first. We've made extensive preparations there, and defeating Yuan Shao would be extremely beneficial to us, Zhao said. After all, the strategic tone from the beginning has been to establish a foothold in the north. Regardless of how important that land, which yields 3 harvests a year, is, in Zhao view, taking over the north to expand their strength and making steady progress is the most correct choice. After all, they are currently able to be self-sufficient in terms of food and supplies, so there is no need to take risks. If we pacify the north, defeat the Wuhuan and Xianbei, and reclaim 5 million hectares of land, our grain production will quadruple. In that case, what battle can't we fight? Fa Zheng's vision was also quite good, and he naturally knew how to choose. Although he liked unconventional strategies, it didn't mean that he would bother with unnecessary troubles when he could gain an absolute advantage through steady and methodical means. Chapter 603 A Small Misunderstanding. The civil and military officials who were entertained that night all learned about the northern lands and that Cookie had a way to solve the problem of long-term settlement there. As for the claim of 3 harvests a year, they could only pretend they knew nothing about it. 5 million hectares of land. Mizu didn't know how to describe his feelings. His desire for land had faded, as the Mi family already had enough wealth, but that terrifying figure still shook him. Please don't spread what happened today. If Yuan Shao finds out, we won't be able to get away with it, Chen Shiyi said as he stood up after the banquet ended. If this got out, Yuan Shao would definitely try to take action. Compared to the difficulty of attacking Liu Bei, Yuan Shao would find fighting the Hu people no different from beating his own son. As for the problem of living in the north for a long time, although it is difficult, it is not impossible. Chen Shiyi started the wool spinning project. Although it is slow, it is still a solution. As long as the news is confirmed to be true, Yuan Shao will definitely not mind occupying that place first and developing it piece by piece. His current wisdom and martial prowess are terrifying. Please do not send anyone to investigate. We will know in time. Why rush things? Zhang also stepped forward and said. The Zhen family has completely sided with Liu Bei. Anyway, the Zhen family has realized that with the Yuan family around, the Zhen family is just like this. But if Liu Bei takes the throne, the Zhen family will be nothing more than an in-law. The group of civil and military officials all nodded in agreement. At this time, they certainly couldn't alert the enemy. The Hu people weren't the problem was Yuan Shao. Even among Liu Bei's civil and military officials, not every one of them was completely confident in Liu Bei. There were very few like Chen Shiyi who dared to say that their side would definitely win. After everyone had left, Chen Shiyi bowed to Madame Zhang and said, Madame Zhang, Please do not steal from us. Although the Zhen family has great power in Ji province, their leader Yuan Shao is no ordinary person. Please do not spread this around. Zhang was somewhat embarrassed. She did indeed have the idea of sending someone to investigate on site. After all, the Zhen family's local situation was too obvious, and they could easily find a reason to go to the Xian Bay. However, she agreed after being prompted by Chen Shiyi. After being seen off by Lu Bei, Chen Shiyi followed a group of city management troops home. He wasn't worried about being assassinated at all, since he probably had a top-notch expert following him, and Zhou Ci was also there.
Strategist. Just as Cheng Xi was turning left and right, wondering whether to go to South Street to buy something for Chen Long and the others to take back, Zhao Yun suddenly appeared in front of her.
In that instant, Chen Shiyi suddenly felt a fluctuation behind him, and almost the instant Zhao Yun spoke, he thrust his spear towards that fluctuation. Moreover, Chen 11's terrifying spiritual power clearly saw how Zhao Yun's spear disappeared without a trace before piercing that fluctuation. With a plop sound, sand fell to the ground. Only then did Chen Shiyi realize what was happening. When she turned her head to look again, a large section of the original bluestone road had been shaken into gravel. At the same moment, the entire sky suddenly darkened, and silver, gray clouds instantly enveloped the center of Fengjiao. Kill. At the same time, a squad of city management troops directly surrounded the guy who had dodged Zhao Yun's spear and turned into a black phantom. Without any orders, 16 soldiers simultaneously raised their hands, their crossbow bolts aimed directly at the enemy before they even hit the ground, raising their large shields without even checking the results. They then drew their weapons and charged towards the enemy in different directions, while the remaining 9 soldiers quickly raised their shields and rushed to protect Chen Shiyi. 16 crossbow bolts struck the shadowy figure just moments before. Suppressed by the clouds, the figure dodged sharply, regaining its balance and deflecting several bolts with its spear. It leaped backward rapidly in mid-air, only to be met by a barrage of more bolts. After being launched into the air once more, before the figure could land, a series of cracking sounds emanated from armor on either side. Soon, more than 500 city management troops, their bodies glowing with a silver-gray luster, wearing silver plate armor, carrying large shields, and armed with weapons, completely sealed off the area. Their speed was so fast that Chen Shiyi was speechless. The assassin on the other side, surrender immediately. All troops, draw your weapons, raise your shields, hang them on the wall, prepare your short weapons. The 2 deputy generals of the city management force shouted at the same time, and then all the soldiers began their actions in unison, without any disorder despite the dark night. Chen Shiyi covered his forehead, not knowing what to say. He wanted to quickly smooth things over before Lu Bei arrived, as it was too embarrassing. It's a misunderstanding, Han Kaiyang said with a wry smile. He just saw that Zhao Yun's mood was a little flustered. How could it have turned into this in such a short time? This is truly a tragedy. Stop! Chen Shiyi quickly shouted. Chen Shiyi only realized what was happening after the city management troops were deployed. Don't underestimate these 500+ men, they could kill Han Kaiyang in no time. If it weren't for the cloud of oppression, Han Kaiyang could still struggle and run away. But in this situation, Even if Lu Bulletin came, he would only face certain death. 500 elite troops, roughly on par with the elite infantry, were completely suppressed by the cloud of oppression, and Zhao Yun was crouching nearby. After Chen Shiyi gave the order, the encirclement did not break up, but no attack was launched. This is Elder Han, who is my protector. This was an accident, Chen Shiyi said with a wry smile. Han Kaiang also raised his spear and stopped confronting him. He was also startled. The soldiers arrived too quickly, numbering about 20 squads, just like the usual number. Uncle Han, Zhao Yun said with a wry smile. He had found it strange when he attacked earlier, as the opponent's defensive techniques seemed so familiar. Only now did he realize that the opponent was his uncle. With Zhao Yun speaking and Chen 11's words, the city management troops quickly dispersed, and the 25 people who had originally patrolled this area lined up and continued their patrol as if nothing had happened. However, the silvery, gray clouds in the sky had not dissipated and were still faintly suppressing everyone's inner energy. Cough cough cough, Zilong, your strength has improved. That spear strike just now was incredibly powerful. Even if an ordinary general had blocked it, he would probably have suffered internal injuries from the shock. Han Kaiang coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. Han Kaiang did manage to block Zhao Yun's spear earlier, but after the intense shock wave was transmitted, he immediately defended himself and was still slightly injured. The force that turned the entire Bluestone Street into sand was due to that kind of power. Uncle, Master, you flatter me, Zhao Yun said modestly. I still need to continue accumulating internal energy. No matter how strong the technique, it can't compare to a solid foundation. Alright, it seems you and he have something to discuss, so I won't disturb you any longer. After saying that, the light where Han Kaiang was standing distorted, and he disappeared completely. But compared to the secret technique, Han Kaiang, Tong Yuan, Wang Yu, and others were the most numerous.
Xiao Yun shook his head. Although he had heard from his master's letter that someone was protecting Chen Xi, he did not expect it to be his uncle. However, this made Zhao Yun feel much more at ease about Chen Xi's safety.
Chapter 604. What's the difference? Zilong, your appearance was very sudden. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused Elder Han to react. Chen Shiyi sighed and said. The previous situation was obviously because Zhao Yun's appearance was too strange. Han Kaiang was ready to make a move without thinking, which exposed his aura. Otherwise, Zhao Yun probably wouldn't have noticed Han Kaiang. To be honest, Chen Shiyi never understood why Han Kaiang wanted to remain invisible. Did also, court masters like to appear and disappear unpredictably. But then again, Zilong, can you become invisible? Chen Shiyi asked curiously. Invisibility. Zhao Yun looked at Chen Shiyi in confusion. You mean something like this? As they were talking, Zhao Yun's body began to disappear from his feet, and finally his entire body vanished. Then, like scattered snowflakes, they gathered together and reappeared. It is a very simple secret technique. When my master taught me, I learned it after just one look, Zhao Yun said casually. I know many secret techniques of this level. They just distort light and at most diminish one's own presence. But at my level, even if I fully activate this secret technique, I can still sense it as long as the other person looks at me. Han Kyung, standing not far from Chen 11's outstretched hand, felt a surge of urge to vomit blood. He finally understood why his senior brother always wore a proud yet troubled expression when he mentioned Zhao Yun. This level of secret technique was actually considered simple. It took him a very long time to learn it back then. Oh, I see. So you can sense where someone is just by glancing at them, right? Chen Shiyi said in surprise. That's about it. My senses have been greatly enhanced, and my intuition has also made a significant leap. Zhao Yun nodded and said. For example, Zhao Yun glanced around and pointed to a spot. My martial uncle is over there. Han Kyung revealed himself with a wry smile, completely baffled as to how Zhao Yun had discovered him. He hadn't left a single trace, yet Zhao Yun had found him so easily, it simply defied logic. Zilong, you should send Marquis Chen back. Your martial uncle has some matters to attend to. Han Kyung smiled wryly and flew away. He could feel the subtle pressure emanating from Zhao Yun, who had already surpassed him as his martial uncle. Zhao Yun bowed to Han Kyung, glanced around to make sure no one was there this time, closed his eyes, and then opened them again. Zhou Xi in the jingling hall smiled bitterly. The spiritual sense that had been following Chen Shiyi had inexplicably vanished. Chen Shiyi didn't have such a clear feeling. For him, the biggest difference was the moment Zhao Yun opened his eyes. The Feng Jiao that was originally a little noisy became completely silent in an instant. That's much safer, Zhao Yun said with a smile. Strategist, I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Tell me about it. Chen Shiyi nodded. What is it? You said back then that you personally calculated the fate of all the civil and military officials in the world, right? Zhao Yun said somewhat embarrassedly. Chen Shiyi was slightly embarrassed. He had spoken carelessly at Hulao Pass, and although it was undeniable that what he said was true, it was probably impossible to go into more detail, since the situation in the world was very different in this era. That's true. But what I said back then shouldn't have been wrong. At most, some people, by some twist of fate, escaped death and were reborn. After all, fate is uncertain, and I can't be sure. Chen Shiyi said, walking slowly and weighing his options. He wasn't quite sure why Zhao Yun was asking at this moment. I know all that. Zijian must have broken through the death tribulation, and if I am not mistaken, anyone who breaks through the death tribulation will experience a significant improvement in their abilities. Zhao Yun nodded and said casually. After a moment's thought, Chen Shiyi said, that's true. Those who can see through the death tribulation are basically people with great courage or absolute faith. Once they see through the death tribulation and are free from the heaviest pressure in their hearts, it's only natural that their abilities will increase. Speaking of this, Chen Shiyi couldn't help but think of Li Yu. Li Yu was a monster. Not only was his spiritual power enormous, but Chen Shiyi was also terrified by its purity. If there was anyone in this world who could complete a county-level transformation without external help, Li Yu would definitely be the only one. Since his second sublimation, his spiritual power has continued to grow, although the growth rate has slowed down considerably.
Strategist, I think I've finally overcome my death tribulation. I've already obtained intelligence about Yanshou. Lu Bu's strength is beyond my reach. You, strategist, have witnessed it yourself. Yet, you also said that at my peak, I could rival Lu Bu. So, the only possibility is that I've overcome my death tribulation. Zhao Yun said in a low voice. Then, strategist, could you tell me what my death tribulation is?
Chen Shiyi was speechless. Changban slope. Well, from any perspective, that battle should have been a certain death, but he did not die. After that, Zhao Yun's combat power seemed to have crossed a barrier, and he enjoyed the treatment of Lu Buleten. He was always surrounded and attacked when he appeared, and all the attackers were killed in the process. The problem is that Zhao Yun asked Chen Shiyi what his fatal calamity was, and how should Chen Shiyi answer? If in this life anyone can force Lu Bei to the point of leading the people across the river, or anyone can force Lu Bei's generals to fight alone, then Chen Shiyi, Jue Su, Kuo Jue, and all those people should just slit their own throats. Zilong, what are you worried about? Chen Shiyi asked, frowning. Because we're going to Yanzhou, I can't beat Lu Buleten. I can clearly feel the gap between me and Lu Buleten now. Although I can escape unscathed, I just can't beat him. I have a feeling that even if the three of us join forces like at Hulao Pass, he might still escape unscathed this time. Zhao Yun said with a wry smile. Lu Buleten was already abnormally strong. It was precisely because Zhao Yun sensed Lu Buleten's power that he questioned Chen Shiyi and inquired about his own impending doom. The more he understood Lu Buleten, the more he realized how powerful he was, which is why Zhao Yun pondered how to catch up with Lu Buleten as soon as possible. Chen Shiyi pinched his brow, stopped walking, and looked at Zhao Yun in front of him. He had a strange feeling. Zhao Yun might not lack strength. In fact, Zhao Yun's strength was no weaker than Lu Buleten's. It seemed that Zhao Yun was lacking something else. What's wrong, strategist? Zhao Yun saw Chen Shiyi stop, so he stopped as well. Zilong, I don't think what you need is to overcome the death calamity. Chen Shiyi suddenly looked up. You probably don't have a death calamity, you lack a certain mindset, an invincible mindset. Compared to you, in what aspect do you think Lu Buleten is stronger? Zhao Yun looked at Chen Shiyi in confusion, carefully considering the two sides' strength. In terms of internal energy, it was definitely not him. Zhao Yun wouldn't lose in either quality or quantity. Recovery was also not him, he recovered quickly too. Strength, skill, speed, his steed, and weapons. It seemed that he wasn't clearly inferior to Lu Buleten in any aspect. So why was it that even if there were two of him, he could only defeat the opponent but not injure him? Chapter 605. There is a kind of heart called invincible. Chen Shiyi didn't have a good solution to Zhao Yun's problem. The more he learned about Zhao Yun, the more he realized how powerful Zhao Yun was. Basically, Zhao Yun's abilities in terms of internal energy, skills, and combat were no less than those of Lu Buleten. The only difference was his strength, but Zhao Yun's speed was much faster than Lu Buleten's. In other words, in terms of raw strength alone, Zhao Yun and Lu Buleten seem to be about the same, but Lu Buleten is usually surrounded by 2 or 3 experts of Zhao Yun's caliber when he appears. Even if he can't win, he won't be easily defeated. This seems to indicate that the difference between them is quite significant. Chen 11's estimate was actually not wrong. In terms of raw strength, Zhao Yun and Lu Buledin were evenly matched in all aspects. Both of them had consumed the divine stone and recovered very quickly, but their mentality was significantly different. Zhao Yun was formally trained and well educated by his master. He was a promising talent from a young age. Tong Yuan was always very satisfied with Zhao Yun's talent, but he also taught Zhao Yun with the humility unique to China to prevent him from becoming arrogant because of his amazing talent. Yuner, you must be humble. You must know that there are always people more capable than you. You must be careful so that you won't be tricked by others. Lu Buledin was a self-taught fighter, always fighting all kinds of fighting. He started fighting from a young age, engaging in one-on-one battles and group fights. He fought his way from Zhuyuan to the grasslands, from the grasslands back to Bingzhou, and from Bingzhou to Hulao Pass. Humility. I need that. Only if you can defeat me are you qualified to lecture me. What's with the modesty? I'm invincible. Come at me if you dare, I don't care who you are, I'll definitely win. If you're not convinced, I'll beat you into submission. You actually don't acknowledge that I'm invincible. Today I'll show you why I'm invincible. Normally, people should be humble, and humility is generally a good thing. However, this was clearly inappropriate in Lu Buledin's case. If an ordinary person claimed to be invincible, they would be considered arrogant and would be killed. But in Lu Buledin's case, everyone had to acknowledge it, no matter how unhappy they were. To be honest, even now, no matter how much people dislike Lu Buledin, they all acknowledge that he is the strongest warrior in the world. This includes Guang Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, and Huang Zhong. These top masters all agree on Lu Buledin's strength, and Lu Buledin himself admits that he is invincible. Whether it was arrogance or confidence, Lu Buledin's statement that he was destined to be besieged was an acceptance of the rule-breaking practice of generals engaging in one-on-one duels. The fact that other generals attacked him without any scruples was also an admission that he was no match for them. It's safe to say that, to this day, the only generals who dared to claim they could defeat Lu Buledin single-handedly, aside from some ignorant fools, are probably Zhang Fei. Because Zhang Fei had no fear, he simply fought, even if he couldn't win. Even if he lost, he'd still be the first to challenge Lu Buledin to a duel next time. This is why Zhang Fei could barely keep up with Lu Buledin's pace. His intentions were different. His goal wasn't to outlast Lu Buledin, nor was it to force a draw as Zhao Yun hoped. His goal was to hang Lu Buledin on his spear. Although Zhang Fei's idea was somewhat unrealistic, you can't deny that it made him increasingly stronger. After all, your mindset determines the strength you can unleash. Zhao Yun's character was not bad. In fact, it could be said to be excellent. Unfortunately, compared to Zhao Yun's strength, Zhao Yun's temperament only allowed him to control his own strength, but not to fully unleash his potential. While both possess absolute strength, Zhao Yun was far inferior to Lu Buledin, whose confidence was questionable, or perhaps arrogance. After all, Zhao Yun had some issues with his self-assessment. Chen 11's answer stunned Zhao Yun, but he quickly realized where his problem lay. Unfortunately, some things can't be done just because you understand them. if you could understand them and do them, there would be far fewer troubles in the world, such as restoring the Han dynasty. Zhao Yun lacked the domineering presence of Lu Buledin. Lu Buledin dared to point at the world and say, "I am invincible." But even if Zhao Yun were invincible, he wouldn't say such a thing. He would humbly tell others that Guang Yu and Zhang Fei were about the same as him, and that he still needed to work harder. This is a matter of personality and temperament. Chen Shiyi can only tell Zhao Yun, but there is no way to make Zhao Yun stronger than Lu Buledin. That's unrealistic. To defeat Lu Buledin, Zhao Yun can only rely on himself. The next day, Chen Shiyi packed his things, bid farewell to Lu Bei and Fan Jian, and then Chen Lan followed Zhao Yun's army on their journey. When Zhao Yun arrived yesterday, the supplies had already been sent to Yanzhou, and all that was left was to accompany the army on its expedition. During the march, Zhao Yun and Chen Shiyi did not communicate again. Chen Shiyi did not have a good solution regarding mindset. After all, his knowledge of psychology was very superficial, and Zhao Yun was not suited to that kind of arrogant mindset. Well, although in some cases, this mindset should be called confidence. Zhao Yun was also pondering the difference between himself and Lu Buledin, but in the end he could only return to the starting point. Lu Buledin's strength came from within, not only in terms of physical strength but also in terms of mental fortitude. This guy was simply an invincible person with an invincible mind, but unfortunately, he lacked invincible wisdom. While Zhao Yun was reflecting on himself, Chen Shiyi was also contemplating his own issues. If Zhao Yun's mindset was somewhat self-deprecating, then Chen Shiyi, reflecting on his own mindset, seemed to be perpetually imbued with a kind of confidence, an absolute confidence. Knowing others is wisdom, knowing oneself is enlightenment. Chen Shiyi was enveloped in the wisdom to recognize people, as well as the wisdom accumulated over thousands of years.
I was too confident, but it was precisely because of this strong confidence that I could motivate Jiao Wen and this group of people. There was no other way. They were all outstanding individuals of our time, exceptionally talented. If I couldn't win them over, no one could truly unleash their full potential. Even if it was a tightrope walk, I had to be the leader. Only I was confident that there wouldn't be any mistakes in the overall situation. Chen Xi thought helplessly.
It's not that Chen Shiyi looks down on Jiasu and the others, but rather that Chen Shiyi stands on the river of time, overlooking the traces of the years. As a result, others, whether it's Lu Su or Zhao, actually have no way to grasp this ever-flowing river of time. Only Chen Shiyi, though his understanding is vague, possesses an accuracy far exceeding that of others. It seems I must take this first place. Even if there is no first place in literature, I will still sit here and not allow anyone to compete for it. Since this era of brilliant stars will eventually be overshadowed by a bright moon, then let me be that bright moon. At least I can make this bright moon forever full and forever flawless. Chen Shiyi looked at the sharp and piercing sky and muttered to himself. After all, he was also a young man and had his moments of youthful arrogance. Chapter 606 The Rebel's Self-Destructive Group. In reality, Chen Shiyi was also helpless. When he first went against the crowd to build the Chamber of Commerce, some people jumped in, but the facts dealt a heavy blow to those people. Now, not long after Lu Bei's strength has expanded again, some people have started to operate secretly again. As the saying goes, as long as life goes on, factional strife will never end. Chen Shiyi finally had a general understanding of this saying. There were always some clowns who thought that Chen Shiyi was just a lucky guy who was arrogant because of his favor. It was time for internal consolidation again. For some reason, every time his strength increased, he had to be slapped down. Yang Dao looked at the people in his circle and nodded expressionlessly in agreement with the other party's suggestion. In reality, Yang Dao was extremely helpless. He had no interest whatsoever in this group of former Qingzhou aristocratic families and the officials from the Sushu aristocratic families who had been transferred here. In his opinion, these people were all mentally unstable. Yang Dao was very satisfied with his current position as the prefect of Taishan and concurrently the magistrate of Bo County. Although he had previously served as the prefect of Shangdang, it was nothing compared to his current situation. Mount Tai is much wealthier than Shangdang, with plenty of books to read and more free time. It's much better than that wretched place, Shangdang. No one will bully Yang Dao, so life is exceptionally good. Why would he want to go against Liu Bei's capable ministers and officials? Is he tired of living? Of course, Yang Dao wasn't stupid. He knew very well why these former aristocratic families of Qingzhou were dissatisfied with Liu Bei. After all, Liu Bei had given the entire Qingzhou to the Yellow Turbans, and the excess land had been nationalized and used for military farming. These former aristocratic families had returned with nothing, so naturally they were unhappy. As for Sushu, despite Li Yu's ruthless treatment, Liu Bei turned a blind eye and even moved all the officials of the Sushu aristocratic families under his watchful eye. He then dispatched his direct descendants to Sushu, significantly weakening the power of the entire Sushu aristocratic family. For the aristocratic families, this was an insurmountable enmity. However, as much as the enmity was, there were always some aristocratic families who were more open-minded and far-sighted. After all, Liu Bei and Chen Shiyi were not trying to wipe out the aristocratic families. At most, their actions were restricting the aristocratic families, and they left them many options for survival. However, this world will never lack self-righteous individuals, and Yang Dao is currently surrounded by them. Of course, Yang Dao has absolutely no interest in such unreliable plans aimed at overthrowing Chen Shiyi, Li Yu, and their group, and with the principle of undermining Liu Bei. Why waste such a good life on something like this? It's suicidal. Brother Yang, you seem a little tired. Could it be? The head of the Li family, a prominent family in Qingzhou, asked Yang Dao with a smile. No, it's just that I find it boring. Yang Dao's voice was loud, instantly attracting everyone's attention. I wonder what advice Brother Mingtong has for me. Wen Ying, the former head of the Wen family of Qingzhou, who was sitting at the head of the table, said to Yang Dao. To be honest, Wen Ying was a staunch anti-Liu Bei supporter. Ever since he fled Qingzhou during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, he hadn't dared to return. After Liu Bei brought Qingzhou under his rule, this guy, armed with land deeds and house deeds, demanded the return of his family's hundreds of acres of fertile land from Chen Shiyi, and also wanted Liu Bei to compensate him for his family's losses over the years. When Wen Ying first went there, Chen Shiyi was present. He kindly offered other compensation, but warned her not to expect the land that had been allocated to her, and guaranteed she wouldn't lose money. However, Wen Ying felt Chen 11's compensation was too little. As a prominent family in Qingzhou, the Wen family was naturally dissatisfied with receiving the same compensation as others. Chen Shiyi decisively ignored her. After being rejected, Wen Ying directly instigated a disturbance a second time, but this time Chen Shiyi was not present and handed the matter over to Li Yu to handle. The process was naturally simple and straightforward, and the outcome was even more straightforward. All the troublemakers went to jail, and Li Yu would then handle the case again. Given that Li Yu was handling all the legislative, judicial, and arbitration matters, it would be strange if the other side could win. Naturally, all of these people were doomed. Li Yu is meticulous in his work. He quickly investigated the backgrounds of those who dared to cause trouble. After all, which aristocratic family doesn't have some dirty secrets? The Sun and Chen families both have some unspeakable stains on their records, let alone these places. Naturally, these people won't even be able to turn their lives around. They'll be directly placed in the ironclad case stage. If a public trial is held later, all of these people will be sent to their deaths. Unfortunately, by then, a new law had been enacted, which stipulated that unless it was a serious crime like rebellion, the maximum penalty would be lifelong hard labor. As a result, this group of people escaped punishment. Li Yu had no interest in dealing with these small fry, and after the matter was dropped, Wen Ying quickly escaped. In short, thanks to Wen Ying's efforts in connecting people, a group of people who were dissatisfied with Lu Bei over the division of profits quickly gathered together, and with their efforts to win them over, the group grew stronger. Now, this group has been formed, consisting of many aristocratic families and individuals from Qingzhou, Taishan, and Sushu who are dissatisfied with Lu Bei's policies. This organization has a large number of members and is spread all over the place, so it looks very powerful. But in reality, this is just the self-perception of the members. For a calm person like Yang Dao, it is a joke. As a power that has neither military power nor influential figures, nor much wealth, opposing Lu Bei is a joke. If he wins, Yang Dao thinks Lu Xie could almost unify the world. Regardless of all this miscellaneous stuff, Yang Dao just felt incredibly bored. Why would they invite him, a winner in life, to this kind of gathering of losers? Not to mention reaching the pinnacle of life, Yang Dao has experienced various shocking events in his life. For example, when he went to Luoyang for a grand court assembly after his wife died, he fell in love with a 12-year-old girl and eloped with her. When the other party's father found out, he had already taken advantage of her. Cai Yong, who was his father-in-law, was furious. In the end, he didn't say anything, but instead gave her a dowry and 5 cartloads of books, and directly gave Cai Genji to himself. According to cultural circles, the Yang family was just a small, insignificant family that would surely perish after a few generations, while the Cai family was a cultural aristocracy. As a result, Cai Yong's extensive writings gave the Yang family a profound cultural heritage. Okay, so be it. When he returns to his hometown of Mount Tai in a few years, he will meet his sister-in-law again. compared to his unreliable wife, his sister-in-law has a much higher level of education. His son has already surpassed children of the same age. For aristocratic families, nothing is more important than comparing the next generation. His family is about to rise. With such a great opportunity, it's a waste to spend time idly chatting with this bunch of losers. Yang Dao felt nothing but boredom. He'd be better off using this time to govern Bo County properly. He was quite satisfied with Liu Bei, and he was practically dragged here by force. Chapter 607 Settling the Situation in 4 Directions. I'm telling you, you guys are completely unreliable. How about this? I'll ask you questions one by one, and you answer them one by one. That'll be clear and straightforward. Yang Dao stood up abruptly, slamming his hand on the table, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone. Instantly, the entire room fell silent, and Wen Ying, who had been the center of attention, was stripped of her position. First, what is the ultimate goal of this group? Yang Dao asked, glancing at everyone. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they started talking all at once, about restoring their own status in Qingzhou, undermining Liu Bei, getting rid of Chen Shiyi, and making everyone gain more benefits, all sorts of nonsense.
A rebel. Yang Dao thought with a cold laugh. He was sure that Jiaosu had planted too many people among them, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. After all, the junior secretary of the imperial household had to deal with Li Yu and his people, and Yang Dao had a certain understanding of the abilities of Li Yu, Jiaosu, and the others.
Secondly, how do we achieve our ultimate goal? Yang Dao didn't care whether the group had reached a conclusion or not, and spoke to himself. Anyway, most of the people here were already dead, so there was no need to worry about them. Below was another buzzing of flies, unable to come up with a unified plan. It is said that those who are capable and insightful, those who are still in Mount Tai, have all sided with Liu Bei, and those who were unhappy have long since moved away. It is easy to imagine what kind of people are left. Wen Ying's face turned pale and then flushed. After a long while, she stood up and patted the table. Gentlemen, I have failed in my duty in this matter. Please wait a few days, and I will give you a satisfactory answer. As a result, no one listened to Wen Ying's words, and the room remained chaotic. Yang Dao sat in his chair and coldly swept his gaze over the entire audience. Finally, his gaze lingered on 3 people for a moment. In the end, the so-called conspiracy came to nothing, and after the dozen or so representatives left, Yang Dao chuckled and walked outside. He was determined not to come again. He figured Jiasu, the intelligence chief, would have a talk with him later. Young Master Yang, my master requests your presence. Yang Dao had only taken a few steps when a thin young man stopped him. Which way? Yang Dao asked calmly. Just as Yang Dao had predicted, he was taken to Jiasu. Ming Tong, you've seen what happened today. What are your thoughts? A rebel, Yang Dao said calmly, then pondered for a moment. However, this group is probably just a pawn thrown out by the other side. Judging from what we've seen today, they'll only talk the talk, they're unlikely to actually carry out any action. Jiasu glanced at Yang Dao and said, go back to your job as the magistrate of Bo County and the official in charge of the Imperial Household Department. This matter is no longer your concern. You are only suited for internal affairs. Yang Dao stood up, bowed to Jiasu, and then left. He had no interest in the matter whatsoever and had been dragged along by force. Wenru, what do you think? Jiasu looked at the screen behind him. Do we still need to investigate? Li Yu stepped out from behind the screen. It's Yuan Benchu's backup plan, but I am the biggest backup plan in Yuan Benchu's scheme. Yuan Shao will be driven mad by you this time. Jiasu couldn't help but smile bitterly at the thought of that situation. It was simply a tragedy. I hope he can die of anger. Li Yu said with a sneer. I noticed something strange at the last Chamber of Commerce meeting. Although our non-interference was partly to some extent, it spread far too quickly. This time, let me wipe these guys out in one fell swoop and see how Yuan Benchu gets our intelligence. In reality, Li Yu harbored no ill will towards powerful families or nobles. He only harbored murderous intent towards those who stood in his way. Unfortunately, however, generally speaking, 9 out of 10 people who blocked Li Yu's path were powerful families. Wenru, Cao Ment has entered Guangzhou. We are now too far away to help him. Do you have any good ideas? Jiasu rarely took the initiative to deal with the warlords who were causing chaos in the world. It is indeed troublesome. We need to focus our energy on Yuan Shao right now. As for Cao Ment, I think we should put him aside for now. As for Jiran and the others, I already have a way to deal with them, Li Yu said calmly. The most reasonable point Jiasu made was that the reach of the enemy was limited, which is also an important reason why Lu Ye was sent there in person. After all, some things are bound to have some errors and omissions if relied on intelligence alone. Those guys' future depends on you. Just in case, I think you should also plant our people behind Cao Ment, who is likely to become powerful. Jiasu nodded and said. He trusted Li Yu completely. Jiren and the others have already paved the way. I just need to give them some pointers, and they will be able to escape. Cao will not go against the will of the people of Guangzhou and Yongliang for no reason. Li Yu said calmly. Even Li Yu himself was amazed by Li Ju's performance in Guangzhou. Of course, Li Yu also knew better than anyone that Li Ju, who could offer such a wise man such a plan, definitely had no good intentions. Such a wise man could get by anywhere, so why should he submit to a guy who could never become a ruler? Regardless of whether it was a scheme or not, with this move, Li Yu was confident that he could completely exonerate Li Ju and his group. Sometimes, all a leader needs is a way out, and once that way is provided, that's enough. Li Ju and his associates did commit many serious crimes, but that doesn't mean they are unforgivable. Regardless of whether Lu Xie was forced or acted voluntarily, he has already spoken, and Li Ju and his associates' crimes have essentially been wiped clean. What Li Yu needs to do is give Lu Xie a way out so that Li Ju and his associates can be completely exonerated. Phew, the problem now is that I'm not really sure what Cao and his men are up to. Even if Zhong Yao, who advised Li Ju, is one of Cao's men, there's still a missing link in the chain. No, more than one. Li Yu frowned as he thought. He knew that Ma Deng and his men weren't on the same page as Li Ju, but the Qiang and Hu tribes only obeyed the strong. When he, Keep an eye on Guangzhong and Yongliang when you have time. I'm going out to be Yuan Shao's backup plan, Li Yu said calmly, then left without lingering. Jiasu nodded, indicating that he would keep an eye on Yongliang and Guangzhong, but that would be it. In truth, Jiasu's attention to Guangzhong and Yongliang was far less than that to Yuzhou. Compared to the distant Guangzhong, Yuzhou, this large piece of fat meat, had become increasingly mushy under the care of a group of people, and was almost ready to be slaughtered. By now, Yuzhou has been almost completely destroyed by Jiasu. The most dangerous Zhou Yu has been confined to Shaocheng by the true rumors he passed on. Sun Xie has also been affected and is unable to leave Shaocheng. At the same time, all the civil and military officials promoted by Sun Xie have been suppressed. It wasn't that Sun Xie and Zhou Yu were incapable of resistance, but rather that Sun Xie was unwilling to clash with Yuan Shu. As a result, Zhou Yu was left with no choice but to be confined to Shaocheng. The entire Yu province and Jing province were left vulnerable at the moment Zhou Yu was confined. Chapter 608 Ambush. Gong Gaiyu has done a good job on this road. Chen Shiyi was traveling by car on the road to Yanzhou. Compared to the journey from Xiapai to Fengjiao, it only takes 10 days from Fengjiao to Linyi. Chief Secretary Sun is now a very famous master builder, Huan replied with a smile. After Hua Xiong left, Huan, Hua Xiong's fellow villager, took over as Chen Shiyi's bodyguard. Aren't Lu Buledin and his men digging in Yanzhou? Chen Shiyi asked after thinking for a moment. No, we want to dig. On the contrary, Chen Gongta wants to buy some materials from us to build the straight road, Huan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Shiyi nodded. It wasn't that he couldn't ride a horse, the main reason he wanted to take a carriage was because that unlucky fellow Peng Tong had been killed by a stray arrow while riding a horse. It was a real tragedy, and he didn't want that tragedy to happen to him.
Cheng Gongtai has good eyesight and is very clear about the importance of this straight road. However, he doesn't know whether, besides building the main logistics line, the state road will lead to Mount Tai or Wei County. Chen Xi thought to himself.
Compared to Yuan Shao's recklessness and Yuan Shu's lack of focus on the big picture, Chen Gong had many more considerations. The supply line definitely needed to be built to reduce food losses and speed up the march. However, after the supply line was built, a road had to be built to determine which side to rely on. Of course, this road didn't have to be built by Chen Gong himself, the other side could build it. Chen Shiyi was satisfied with the current situation. At least Chen Gong did not stop Sun Qingzhu from taking this road, which showed that Chen Gong was still inclined to side with him. Of course, this road leading to Linyi was not a state road. In truth, Chen Shiyi was unaware that not only did Chen Gong pretend not to see Sun Qian building roads, but he also pretended not to see Yuan Shao building roads. Anyway, he hadn't explicitly sided with anyone, it was all Yuan Shao and Lu Bei stirring up trouble. What did it matter to him when things came to light? To be clear, he was just looking for a new allegiance. Of course, the road construction from Wei Commandery to Yan province was relatively slow for Yuan Shao, since this inferior, counterfeit cement was only produced in Lu Bei's territory. Yuan Shao did want the formula, but the Zhen family made it clear they couldn't get it. Yuan Shao's spies didn't have any good ideas and could only follow the rules. Fortunately, Chen Shiyi never minded selling this stuff to Yuan Shao, so the Zhen family's sales volume was still decent. Yuan Shao always believed that the more inferior, counterfeit cement the better. He was confident that his side would never lose to Lu Bei, who dared to extend the county roads all the way to the border of Qingzhou. Naturally, Yuan Shao had the audacity to do the same, but unfortunately, audacity cannot be used as cement. Yuan Shao could only stockpile a portion of cement and then try to build roads as much as possible. In this way, all the roads that needed repair in Ji province and Yu province were repaired, while only the main roads in Bing province were repaired. Even so, the transportation of grain and supplies and the marching speed of Yuan Shao's army increased significantly, which greatly pleased Yuan Shao. However, due to the increased speed of troop deployment and supply transport, Gongsun Zan, who had originally intended to counterattack, had no hope of returning to southern Yuzhou. Shen Pei was directly stationed in Yuzhou, and in this defensive battle, Shen Pei expressed great confidence, despite Gongsun Zan's reputation as the White Horse General. Taking the cities defended by Shen Pei would be no easy feat. Naturally, after Chen Shiyi learned that the governor of Yuzhou had been replaced by Shen Pei, he lost hope for Gongsun Zan's counterattack. It wasn't that he looked down on Gongsun Zan, but rather that Shen Pei's defensive record was simply too terrifying. Compared to defensive generals like Cao Ren and Hao Zhao, Shen Pei's achievements were truly impressive. When Shen Pei was defending Ye City, Cao was at the height of his power. Cao personally led the army, with all 5 strategists and 5 advisors at his disposal, and countless civil and military officials under his command. Shen Pei defended Ye City, isolated and without support, for half a year. In the end, it was only after his nephew betrayed him and opened the city gates that Cao was able to capture Ye City. Compared to the achievements of Hao Zhao and Cao Ren, this record was absolutely terrifying. Therefore, when Chen Shiyi learned that Shen Pei had gone to Yuzhou, he completely gave up the idea that Gongsun Zan could launch a counterattack on Yuzhou. Compared to the fierce invasion of the vanguard, Shen Pei's defense was on the same level as an impregnable fortress. Not to mention that Gongsun Zan is already half crippled. Even Gongsun Zan at his peak would only be furious to death in this situation. Approximately where are we now? Chen Shiyi asked. It's about a few days' journey from Linyi. Reporting to the strategist, General Zhao was worried that a battle might break out immediately upon reaching the Linyi area, so he ordered a slow march the day before yesterday. Our army should be able to rendezvous with General Guan and the others by tomorrow, Hua Yun explained. Since it was a march, Zhao Yun was in the vanguard, while Chen Shiyi was in the center. Tomorrow? Chen Shiyi raised an eyebrow. Have Zilong sent out more scouts? After all, we're not far from reuniting now. We need to avoid giving anyone an opportunity to take advantage. Although Zilong isn't worried about being ambushed, it's still best to avoid that situation. Losing soldiers is never a good thing. Yes, sir. After handing the groom's position to a guard, Hua Yun rode off to inform Zhao Yun. Indeed, everything has its advantages and disadvantages. This road has greatly increased the speed of the march, but it has also restricted the marching area, making it easy to be ambushed, Chen Shiyi muttered to himself, gazing into the distance. Zhang Ming, you lead 1,000 white horse cavalry to the left rear. Huang Shao, you lead your troops to strengthen the defense of the left flank. The hills in this area are all on our left, so send out more scouts. Zhao Yun instructed Xue Shao and Huang Shao, ordering them to prepare, one leading cavalry and the other leading infantry. Yes. Huang Shao and Xue Shao both clasped their hands in a salute, and then each led their troops to move to the left. Dozens of miles away from Chen 11's group, a large number of cavalry and infantrymen dressed in the leather and cloth armor of Lu Buletin's army were stationed on a hill. At that moment, a scout was reporting the current situation to a military officer.
Report, General. Our army has encountered enemy scouts and confirmed that the enemy is under the command of Xiao Yun of the Taishan army. A scout replied to the tall general.
Did we meet head on? Zhang He, clad in silver armor and wielding a long spear, smiled slightly. What's my name? The general is Zhang Wenyuan of Yanmen, the scout shouted in response. Good, all of you remember this, I am Zhang Wenyuan of Yanmen. Zhang He roared, and his soldiers responded loudly. Zhang He's men were genuine Bingzhou wolf cavalry, no need for disguise. Bringing them over would not only increase Lu Buletin's favor, but regardless of Lu Buletin's character, he would always have a lingering affection for Bingzhou. Sun Chen, who was good at calculating minds, saw this as a good breakthrough. Similarly, Zhang He's presence here with the Bingzhou wolf cavalry was intended to create an undeniable fact: Lu Buletin did not welcome Lu Bei. Once this established fact was established, both Lu Bei and Lu Buletin would have only one choice. In that situation, whether they liked it or not, Lu Buletin would have no choice but to surrender to Yuan Shao. Chapter 609: A worthy opponent and a talented general. Report, General. Our army has encountered enemy scouts and discovered that there are 2,000 cavalrymen lying in ambush ahead. The scout leader reported the intelligence they had obtained to Zhao Yun. The enemy should be Zhang Liao's troops under Lu Buletin's command. Under Lu Buletin's command. Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow. Order the army to prepare, the infantry to form ranks and protect the strategist, and the white horse cavalry to obey my commands. Although Zhao Yun found it unbelievable that Lu Buletin's army would attack, all sorts of unbelievable things had happened on the battlefield. The Bingzhou wolf cavalry. Let me see what makes you worthy of being ranked alongside the white horse cavalry as one of the three great cavalry forces in the world. Zhao Yun looked at the horizon, where he could already see the dust rising from the ground, the kind of noise that only thousands of horses could make when they galloped together. This undisguised move is it a head-on confrontation? That makes sense. Compared to the three great cavalry forces in the land, the white horse cavalry is the weakest in close combat. Chen Shiyi had already received the intelligence from Zhao Yun, but what puzzled him was why Zhang Liao would attack at this time. It made no sense from any angle. One man, two horses. Yuan Shao certainly has an absolute advantage in this regard, Zhao Yun muttered to himself, but without the slightest fear. With a pointed spear, Zhao Yun's white horse cavalry charged towards the enemy like a surging wave. The lead white horse charged towards the enemy at an abnormally high speed, almost like an arrow released from a bow. Die! Zhang He roared, his body erupting with silver inner energy. A massive silver shield suddenly appeared above the entire wolf cavalry army. With another roar, Zhang He unleashed a beam of light hundreds of meters long, slashing fiercely towards Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun frowned, staring in Zhang He's direction. He was somewhat puzzled. In his perception, Zhang He wasn't actually this weak. Although this level of attack could be considered powerful, frankly, it wouldn't even be able to harm Zhao Yun, let alone scatter the army's cloud of energy. Zhao Yun thrust out his spear with a simple thrust, without using the cloud aura of the White Horse Cavalry. The tip of his spear touched the blade of light, and then the entire blade of light floated up and was flung away by Zhao Yun. Zhang He was utterly dumbfounded by what he saw. He finally understood why Yan Ouyang had told him not to try to outsmart Zhao Yun. This was definitely not a normal tactic. In the instant Zhang He was astonished, the White Horse Cavalry had already rushed to the front of the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry's charging formation, more than 100 paces away. Then, to Zhang He's disbelief, they drew their bows and shot arrows, which flew over 100 paces to meet him. The White Horse Cavalry? Zhang He exclaimed in surprise. If there was one type of cavalry Zhang He knew best and hated most in the world, it would undoubtedly be the White Horse Cavalry. Back then, Yuan Shao had many soldiers and generals, yet he was still no match for Gong Sun Zan, entirely because of the White Horse Cavalry. This type of cavalry was too fast. Absurdly fast. If it weren't for the favorable timing, location, and popular support at the Battle of Zhuyi Bridge, the White Horse Cavalry would have been wiped out without anyone to stop them. It was too fast, ridiculously fast. As the most elite troop type in the land, they didn't improve their defense, attack, or stamina. Everything was focused on speed. The fastest cavalry. In a single exchange, more than a dozen of Zhang He's Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry fell from their horses, and many more were hit by arrows. However, the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry were no pushovers. After the rain of arrows began, they immediately drew their bows and fired in retaliation. Zhao Yun glanced at the losses on Zhang He's side and made a rough estimate. The Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry would be difficult to deal with. Apart from retaining the basic internal energy restriction, the cloud energy was basically used to enhance speed, so the attack power of the White Horse Cavalry was not very high. However, the defense of the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry was not very strong either. Thud! Another volley of arrows rained down. Compared to the versatility of the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, the White Horse Cavalry's main means of attack was actually mounted archery. The White Horse Cavalry, with absolute confidence, fired their second arrow the instant the enemy shot. Then, as if by telepathy, all the white horses suddenly swung and circled to the sides at an astonishing speed. At the same time, they drew arrows from their quivers again, preparing for a third volley.
Disperse and strangle them. Zhang He was certain that his Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry could withstand the White Horse Cavalry's mounted archery while closing in, and finally catch up with them.
The wolf riders were already furious from the 3 waves of arrows rained down by the White Horse Cavalry. When had they ever suffered such a loss? After Zhang He gave the order, the wolf riders had no more scruples and immediately dispersed to rush towards the White Horse Cavalry. Compared to large-scale battles, wolf riders were more suited to wolf pack tactics. The White Horse Cavalry quickly turned the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry into a victory thanks to their amazing speed of movement and shooting. However, The continuous firing also meant that the White Horse cavalry had to constantly fire to maintain stability. The Wolf Riders were not slow either. While the White Horse cavalry fired indiscriminately from outside the Wolf Riders' retaliatory range, the Wolf Riders stubbornly withstood the attacks, flanking behind, flanking in front, and pursuing the pursuers. The Wolf cavalry launched counterattacks from all directions and spent some time restricting the White Horse. After a barrage of arrows, the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry finally got their hands on the White Horse, and the two sides fought back and forth fiercely. Soon the White Horsemen and the Wolf Riders were entangled in a chaotic melee. The Wolf Riders' pack tactics were a strategy of slowly wearing down the enemy, while the White Horsemen's mounted archery encirclement was a similar tactic, both aimed at whittling down the enemy. In this way, the two sides are evenly matched. You, White Horse, unleash a hail of arrows at me, and I, Wolf Rider, retaliate with a hail of arrows. Then, while White Horse is dodging at high speed, I seize the opportunity to launch another flanking maneuver against White Horse. Similarly, if the Wolf Riders manage to weave through the White Horse, which dodges at high speed, will turn around and unleash a barrage of rapid fire. This ultra, high, speed firing, which only the White Horse can achieve, is enough to interrupt the Wolf Riders' weaving. However, the Wolf Riders are also skilled in mounted archery, and once the weaving stops, they will immediately raise their bows and return fire. The two sides then engage in a lively and intense battle. Seeing this scene, Zhang He sighed deeply. If Sun Chen and his men had completed the conquest of Bingzhou first and led the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry back, people wouldn't have added luck to the story of the Battle of Zhiqiao when they talked about Yuan Shao's strength. Zhao Zilong, do you dare to fight? Zhang He roared, and then led dozens of Bingzhou Wolf cavalrymen to charge towards Zhao Yun's direction. Now, the internal energy of Zhang He and Zhao Yun is intertwined, and the armies are constantly fighting each other. Their internal energy is basically suppressed. As a result, Zhang He is not afraid of Zhao Yun. After all, he had already reached the point of internal energy separation from the body after being defeated by Guang Yu's ultimate skill in the Battle of Leiling. With his accumulated strength, he is not weaker than others. Zhao Yun looked at the White Horse cavalry fighting the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry with some heartache. He understood that only through fighting could they become more elite. However, the enemy was indeed the elite Bingzhou Wolf cavalry. Damzhang Liao. Chapter 610 Back and Forth. What is there to be afraid of? A cold look appeared on Zhao Yun's face. He could feel the power hidden in the other party's body, but even if the other party fully unleashed it, Zhao Yun had absolute confidence. Moreover, under this dense cloud formation, he was not afraid of anyone. Zhao Yun pulled on the reins, and his knight, Shining Jade Lion, charged towards Zhang He. Zhao Yun's dozen or so personal guards also flanked him as they charged towards Zhang He. Take this. After the previous attack, Zhang He had a good understanding of Zhao Yun's strength. When Zhao Yun charged over, he tried his best not to reveal his true strength, and thrust out his spear with all his might, with great force and weight. Clang! Zhao Yun deflected Zhang He's steel spear with a single thrust, and then a huge spear flower appeared directly in Zhang He's eyes. Before Zhang He could react, the huge spear flower suddenly shot out like a pear blossom. Screech! Zhang He blocked with all his might, and a piece of the armor on his shoulder was torn off, but fortunately, no flesh was injured. Zhang He looked at Zhao Yun with bloodthirsty eyes. The opponent's strength was not very strong, his internal energy was not very powerful, and his aura was not impressive. In addition, the cloud energy suppressed the expression of his internal energy. He was a good opponent, the most suitable opponent for him at the moment. Zhang Helang laughed and swung his spear fiercely at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, holding his spear in his right hand, pointed it at Zhang Helang's chest with astonishing speed, so fast that it was impossible for anyone to see through it. Bang! Zhang He, relying on his senses, directly deflected Zhao Yun's fatal spear, and Zhao Yun swept his spear around, killing Zhang He's 2 guards instantly. Die! Zhang He disregarded the lives of his guards and thrust his spear towards Zhao Yun's waist. The powerful thrust created a series of loud bangs in the air. Zhao Yun, however, ignored the impact and struck another of Zhang He's guards in the chest with his silver spear, then used the small blade at the end of the spear to press Zhang He down. With a backhand thrust, he pressed Zhang He down while simultaneously killing several more guards.
Does Zhao Yun dare to fight me one-on-one? Zhang He was furious. He had already realized that Zhao Yun's mind was not on him. In just a few moves, he had targeted his own guards, which was a complete disregard for him.
You're too weak. Zhao Yun glanced at Zhang He. If you were to go all out, it might be somewhat interesting, but in this situation, you're courting death. Zhang He roared, thrusting his spear forward in fury. He hadn't expected Zhao Yun to be so strong. His physical strength was clearly inferior to his own. Their internal energy was only at the same level, but seeing how effortlessly the opponent handled the situation, Zhang He knew that Zhao Yun was far stronger than him. Was this the strength to fight Lu Bulletin without defeat? Zhao Yun thrust his spear horizontally, simple and unadorned. Zhang He, exerting all his strength, met Zhao Yun's attack with his own spear. The next moment, Zhang He was sent flying backward as if he had crashed into a large truck. Even the guards behind him were knocked away. Pfft! Zhang He spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Zhao Yun in shock. There's actually such a level of skill. As Zhang He spoke, he recalled the technique Yan Ouyang had been practicing, and how similar it was to this move. Both were techniques that concentrated power without dissipating. You're just too weak. Zhao Yun swept his spear wildly, quickly scattering Zhang He's guards. The internal energy of both sides was roughly equal. There was no way for one side to absolutely suppress the other's internal energy. Seeing Zhao Yun scatter his guards, Zhang He no longer hesitated. He immediately mounted his horse. A one-on-one fight was impossible. Without using his true strength, he would definitely lose in 10 moves. Trying to leave? We'll take you down first. Zhao Yun swept away Zhang He's last remaining guards with a single spear thrust and led the charge in chasing after Zhang He. Pfft! 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 The Bingzhou Wolf cavalry saw Zhao Yun's movements at this moment. With a turn, a rain of arrows poured down on Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun easily deflected the arrows with a flurry of spear movements, while the White Horse cavalry swept through with a volley of arrows, engulfing the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry. The two cavalry forces, one black and one white, clashed once again. Zhang He, don't run. Zhao Yun was fearless and led more than a dozen guards directly towards Zhang He. The White Horse Cavalry also noticed this and immediately joined Zhao Yun's side, clearing a path with arrows and charging towards the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry. The original stalemate began to shift. Zhang He looked back at Zhao Yun, who was still haunting him, and was furious. Then he glanced at the situation of the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry and immediately knew that he could not let Zhao Yun continue his endless pursuit. If this continued, even the elite Wolf Cavalry would collapse. Without hesitation, Zhang He called to the soldiers around him to disperse and inform the leaders of the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry. After fleeing for a while, Zhang He turned around and stepped at Zhao Yun behind him. The Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry also turned around and stepped at Bai Ma in unison. Pft! The Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry's counterattack caused many unprepared White Horse Cavalry to fall from their horses, and Zhang He once again faced Zhao Yun. Thud! Zhang He calmly thrust his spear at Zhao Yun. The two crossed paths, and Zhang He and his horse swayed several steps to the side, while Zhao Yun also took 2 steps back. Again, Zhang He calmly turned his horse and thrust it toward Zhao Yun, his spear seemingly coated with a layer of black lacquer as it slammed into Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun remained calm, deflecting Zhang He's spear with a single thrust. He could already sense the power condensed in that previous thrust, which was impossible to block head on. Get out of my way! The spear that Zhang He had deflected suddenly generated a terrifying force and swept towards Zhao Yun. The compressed air in the spear shaft exploded violently, and Zhang He's spear, carrying terrifying power, pierced towards Zhao Yun. Bang! Zhao Yun, holding his spear with both hands, blocked Zhang He's spear with even greater speed. As the two spears clashed, Zhao Yun suddenly felt a numbness in his hands, while blood seeped from Zhang He's hands. Despite his hands splattering with blood, Zhang He did not stop attacking. Instead, he seemed to have gone mad, his eyes flashing with madness as he launched a desperate counterattack against Zhao Yun. Every time he launched a frenzied attack, Zhao Yun blocked it and even seized the opportunity to counterattack. But Zhang He was completely oblivious, and just kept attacking Zhao Yun frantically, each thrust of his spear heavier and more powerful than the last. 10 moves, 20 moves, 30 moves, Zhang He mustered all his strength and with one spear thrust directly repelled Zhao Yun. Then, just as Zhao Yun was about to defend against the next attack, Zhang He roared, "Retreat!" At the same time, the sound of gongs came from the rear of the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry. After this sound, all the soldiers, who were originally preparing to counterattack, turned around and followed Zhang He in retreat. Zhao Yun was taken aback, then roared "Kill!" and immediately led the White Horse Cavalry towards Zhang He's Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry. They had only traveled 10 miles when Zhang He passed the hill where he had previously ambushed them, and Zhao Yun's white horse followed closely behind. Kill! Zhang He's infantry, who were lying in ambush on the hill, roared as Zhao Yun passed by, and a rain of arrows shot towards the white horse below the hillside. Chapter 611. There's a kind of intelligence called a fatal flaw. For pure text online reading, please visit our website domain. For mobile reading, please visit website domain name.
At the same time, Zhang He turned around to charge, but saw that Zhao Yun's troops were not in disarray. They stopped their advance, quickly formed a formation, and withdrew from the ambush.
Zhao Yun stared at the Bingzhou wolf cavalry opposite him, then at the archers lying in ambush. After assessing his own strength, he decided not to waste any more effort and retreated slowly. After creating some distance, the white horse cavalry withdrew from the area as quickly as the wind, and Zhang He did not pursue them. Zhang He weighed the strength of both sides and finally gave up the pursuit, as the mission was accomplished. Chen Shiyi sat in the carriage waiting for Zhao Yun to return. He was somewhat puzzled by this inexplicable ambush, but he wasn't worried about whether his current location would be attacked. There are some problems. Chen Shiyi frowned as he thought about them, but he didn't consider Yuan Shao's perspective. His habitual thinking clouded his judgment. Assuming Lu Buledin sides with Yuan Shao, what kind of terms could Yuan Shao offer? It's impossible for Yuan Shao to offer anything better than what we offer. I had Lu Yan negotiate with Chen Gong and Zhang Liao on a very practical level, but with Lu Buledin, we're open to any terms. How could Yuan Shao possibly offer more than what we've offered Lu Buledin? Chen Shiyi frowned. Because Lu Yan went to see Chen Gong in person and genuinely discussed the terms of surrender with him, no one would think that Lu Bei's side had never considered subduing Lu Buledin. As a result, it was naturally difficult for Yuan Shao's side to offer more favorable terms than Lu Yan. Conversely, Yuan Shao couldn't possibly offer more favorable terms, yet Lu Buledin still sent troops to block us, meaning he sided with Yuan Shao. This means Lu Yan has failed. And compared to our terms, the only possible reason for Lu Yan's failure is that his plans have been exposed. Chen Shiyi frowned deeply. If he truly has been exposed, it will be a tragedy. Still not right? Turn it around. What benefit would Lu Buledin gain from doing this? Chen Shiyi realized he had entered a dead end. So he changed his approach. Pleading loyalty to Yuan Shao. The price is angering me. After all, I'm the commander-in-chief this time, and I have the decision-making power. In this situation, angering me will only provoke a counterattack from Lu Bei's army. A strange light flashed in Chen 11's eyes. It seems there's no need to think like that. Strategist, General Zhao is back, Hua Yun replied from outside the carriage. Chen Shiyi silently opened the car door and jumped off the carriage, while Zhao Yun led the white horse cavalry and hundreds of stray horses back. Zilong, it looks like you won a small victory, Chen Shiyi said with a smile. No, that's not it. The Bingzhou wolf cavalry is indeed the elite of the land, and they fought to a standstill with my white horse cavalry. Zhao Yun shook his head and said. The stationed soldiers quickly prepared defenses on all sides and sent out a large number of scouts again. At the same time, medics rushed to treat the wounded soldiers. Are you sure it's the Bingzhou wolf cavalry? Chen Shiyi asked calmly. Yes, they are indeed the Bingzhou wolf cavalry. Their fighting style is exactly like that, and they can fight the white horse cavalry to a standstill. Zhao Yun nodded. It seems that Lu Buledin has sided with Yuan Shao. Let's go and teach him a lesson this time. There's no need for that, Chen Shiyi said, shaking his head. Whether Lu Buledin has sided with Yuan Shao or not is irrelevant. We'll just go and fight Yuan Shao. Why is that? Zhao Yun looked at Chen Shiyi in confusion. The opponent is clearly Zhang Liao under Lu Buledin, so why are we attacking Yuan Shao? If we side with them, Lu Buledin and Yuan Shao are essentially one family, so it doesn't matter who we fight. If we don't side with them, the reason we fight Yuan Shao is even simpler. Zhang Liao's attack on us must be a ruse. Since we can't avoid them either way, we might as well just attack them directly, Chen Shiyi replied, shrugging. Chen Shiyi had also been wondering why Lu Buledin attacked them, but then he realized something. Regardless of why Lu Buledin attacked, whether it was Lu Buledin or not, they could simply turn around and attack Yuan Shao to avenge their grudge. It was a simple matter of logic, there was no need to think about strategy. Zhao Yun was taken aback, clearly not quite understanding. But with Chen 11's explanation, Zhao Yun instantly understood. Regardless of the purpose of this inexplicable battle, it didn't really matter. If it was a disguise, it was certainly right to pin it on Yuan Shao. If it really was Zhang Liao, then beating up Yuan Shao was not wrong either. Then what's the point of this plan to attack us? After Chen Shiyi explained it to him, Zhao Yun suddenly felt that he had an intellectual advantage over the other side, and that this plan was completely unnecessary. How would I know what the person who devised this scheme was thinking? Chen Shiyi rolled his eyes and said, maybe they just wanted to lower our IQ to the same level as them, and then defeat us with experience. Then shall we go and fight Yuan Shao? Zhao Yun replied with a smirk. It's good that Chen Shiyi didn't decipher this plan. After all, given Lu Buledin's personality, he wouldn't bother to explain. Once the fight starts, Lu Buledin definitely won't back down to the enemy, which greatly increases the possibility of him siding with Yuan Shao. Furthermore, this place is a day's journey from the battlefield of Guangyu, Yanliang, and Lu Buledin. Normal scouts would have difficulty detecting such a distance, so it's highly unlikely that Lu Buledin would know about this battle. To be honest, even if he did find out later, at that point, he would have no choice but to grit his teeth and go down this dark path.
After Chen Xi stepped out of the situation and looked at it again, the design was a complete joke, and the person who set it up was also considered to have a serious intellectual deficiency.
We'll definitely hit him. Chen Shiyi nodded and said, there's no need to think about it, we'll just hit him. It would be a shame not to take advantage of his intelligence. Zhao Yun secretly wiped away his sweat. Although he also felt that the enemy had intellectual problems, he still found it hard to accept Chen 11's direct sarcasm. Zhang He, who was leading his cavalry and infantry back, was completely unaware that Chen Shiyi had no intention of falling into the trap. He was very satisfied with Zhao Yun's call of Zhang Liao and had a clear assessment of the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry's performance in battle. As expected of the three great cavalry units, they were evenly matched with the White Horse cavalry. After bandaging his wound, Zhang He immediately led his troops to retreat to the north. He was certain that apart from Zhao Yun's army and himself, Lu Buledin's side would never know about this battle. Apart from a small number of infantrymen used to ambush and cover the rear, most of his infantrymen were used as ambush troops to guard against the unexpected appearance of Lu Buledin's scouts. In this way, it will be difficult to expose Tian Bijia's plan, and given Lu Buledin's arrogance, he will definitely not explain after being attacked, so a battle between the two sides is inevitable. After confirming that the plan was flawless, Zhang He was secretly delighted. He also greatly admired Lu Buletin's bravery and thought that if he could bring him under Yuan Shao's command, it would greatly benefit Yuan Shao's ambition to dominate the country. This is also the main reason why Zhang He was willing to hide his strength and show his silver inner energy to fight Zhao Yun at the risk of his life. Now he is loyal to Yuan Shao and is willing to fight for Yuan Shao's hegemony. Chapter 612. This situation is truly tragic. After running for dozens of miles, Zhang He took off his silver, gray armor and put on jet, black heavy armor. He also replaced his silver spear with a pure black steel spear, and his helmet with a black tassel. He washed his disguised white face with water and wiped it with a towel, and it returned to its bronze color. As for the two little mustaches, we don't need to worry about them. When Zhao Yun and Wang Yu meet up and truly face Zhang He will definitely have a full beard. At that time, even if Zhao Yun encounters him face to face, he will definitely not recognize that it is him in disguise. This is also a major reason why Zhang He did not launch a night attack. Perhaps the night is indeed the best cover, but it is precisely because it is night that many things cannot be seen clearly, and it also makes people think more. Tian Feng was certain that as long as Chen Shiyi thought carefully, he would have doubts. And once he had doubts, even if Chen Shiyi could not obtain information from Lu Buletin, he would try his best to suppress them and prioritize the overall situation. After completing this task, Zhang He immediately led the remaining cavalry and infantry back to Wei Commandery without any hesitation, intending to return as reinforcements a few days later. Of course, Zhang Yu, Hong Meng, and others would accompany him. That night, Zhang He's deputy general, dressed as a scout, rushed back to Tian Feng's stronghold without stopping, a scene that went unnoticed by anyone. The reason for this was that the three parties set up camps separately, and the distance between the camps was not very far. Therefore, they all sent out more scouts to avoid giving others an opportunity. As a result, the scouts' nighttime rounds did not arouse any suspicion. Minister Tian, General Zhang has sent a secret order. Zhang He's deputy returned to camp and immediately rushed to Tian Feng's tent without waiting for a moment. Bring it here, Tian Feng nodded and said. After the guard received Zhang He's secret letter, he presented it to Tian Feng. Tian Feng opened the letter, a look of joy appearing on his face. He trusted Zhang He completely. Compared to straightforward people like Yan Ouyang and Wen Zhou, Zhang He appeared fierce, but was actually shrewd beneath his rough exterior. It was precisely because of this that Tian Feng dared to carry out his plan. Phew, Junyi is more meticulous than I thought. A charge by cavalry would leave no survivors, thus eliminating any possibility of exposure. It was I who overlooked this detail. But Zhao Zilong is surprisingly forceful. Tian Feng closed the secret letter and lit it on an oil lamp. You should go and get some rest too. After burning the secret letter, Tian Feng's expression relaxed, and he felt confident about the next plan. He then called to his deputy. Yes, sir. The lieutenant bowed respectfully and slowly withdrew. The rest is to make Lu Buletin feel our sincerity. However, before I can take down Lu Buletin, I need to persuade Chen Gongta. This man is a troublesome one. His demands. Tian Feng breathed a sigh of relief and began to carefully consider the conditions offered by Chen Gongta. It must be said that Chen Shiyi was quite ruthless, offering Chen Gong extremely generous terms. Since he absolutely refused to accept Lu Buledin, no matter how high the terms were, Chen Gong couldn't possibly pose any threat. Therefore, Chen Gong didn't need to ask for exorbitant prices. Lu Yan's offers were enough to tempt him.
Furthermore, Chen Gong himself admired Liu Bei's ambitions to some extent. As Liu Bei's power grew stronger, those who previously thought Liu Bei was just boasting or empty talkers now had to take Liu Bei's ambitions seriously.
That's the kind of strength and confidence that makes it so. It's like Lu Buledin claiming to be invincible, even though many people cursed him in their hearts. But they also had to admit that Liu Bei, whom they used to think was just a nobody, had now grown into a behemoth. The jokes of the past now make people think deeply. Perhaps Liu Bei can truly accomplish this. This is the thought of many wise men in the world today. Don't underestimate the word perhaps. It is precisely because of these two words that people have begun to consider the possibility of what Liu Bei said, and no longer scoff at it as they did before. This is a huge step forward. It's obvious that Chen Gong is now quite optimistic about Liu Bei, and even he himself feels that the conditions Lu Yan offered him are a bit exaggerated. If he couldn't sense the sincerity of Liu Bei's side, Chen Gong would definitely think that Liu Bei was trying to fool him. However, after so much time, Chen Gong has figured it out. Liu Bei seems to be a bit at a loss about what to do about Lu Buledin. In reality, Tian Feng had no idea that Chen Gong and his side were making far less progress than Liu Bei's side. Chen Gong and Lu Yan had almost no issues regarding conditions, only the issue of Lu Buledin, while they were discussing more about conditions with Tian Feng. It can be said that if Chen Gong were to abandon Lu Buledin, the deal would already be done. Liu Bei's side offered extremely generous terms to Chen Gong, Zhang Liao, Gao Sheng, Cao Xing, Hao Meng, Chen Lian, and others. For example, after Zhang Liao was transferred there, he could be directly promoted to Deputy General of the Legion, and after some training and proving himself, he could be transferred to the position of commander of an army. The problem is that Lu Buledin hasn't done anything to wrong Chen Gong, so Chen Gong naturally won't abandon Lu Buledin. As for the conditions offered by Tian Feng's side, they are quite good to be honest, but compared with Liu Bei's side, apart from the one for Lu Buledin, they are completely inferior in every other aspect. There's no way around it. Chen Xin said that he took a large portion of the conditions that Yuan Shao offered to Lu Buledin, the big spender, and gave them to Chen Gong and the others. Naturally, he saved the rest. It would be strange if the others didn't seem to be treated well. Because of this, the negotiations were deadlocked. Chen Gong and Lu Yan kept bringing up the old issues, hoping to reach an agreement with Liu Bei and join his side. Meanwhile, Tian Feng kept bringing up the old issues with Chen Gong, hoping to recruit Lu Buledin and all his generals. Overall, this situation is a tragedy. Regardless of whether it's a tragedy or not, we still need to keep arguing. Of course, when there's no way to argue, we can only see who has the stronger fist. Fortunately, Liu Bei's fist is strong enough now. Greetings, Commander-in-Chief. Guang Yu, Kuo Chia, and Su Chu led a group of officers and soldiers out of the camp to greet him. While one might not be so particular at other times, it was absolutely necessary to follow the rules when joining forces. No one would dare to act recklessly at this moment. Before Chen Shiyi could speak, Guang Yu handed him the military tally. There was no other way. Chen Shiyi, as the commander-in-chief of this army, had to have the tally in his possession. Otherwise, his authority would be questionable. Back to camp. Chen Shiyi pulled on the reins and took the lead towards the camp. At this point, no matter how much Chen Shiyi disliked riding horses, he had to ride in. After entering the camp, things became much more relaxed. After everyone learned about the recent events, they once again brought up the previous ambush. Is that so? Let's attack Tianfeng's stronghold. After hearing about the previous ambush, Kuo Jia spoke up without Zhao Yun providing any further explanation. Oh, you think so too? Chen Shiyi asked curiously. Normally, Kuo Jia shouldn't be able to see the situation from this perspective, since there's also the possibility that Lu Buletin could benefit from it. Chapter 613 is the curtain about to be drawn. Aren't you one? Kuo Jia said with a grin. It's definitely true, but I feel you shouldn't be so certain, Chen Shiyi said with a smile. It was really amazing that Kuo Jia could come to this conclusion. No, quite the opposite, I'm not certain. I think it's unnecessary. Whether it was Yuan Shao's doing or not, it's meaningless. It's better to talk after we defeat Yuan Shao. Without defeating Yuan Shao, everything is just empty talk. As for reaping the benefits, there needs to be a foundation for that. Kuo Jia shook his head and said confidently. Zhao Yun was speechless. He realized that neither Chen Shiyi nor Kuo Jia had normal thinking. Their reasoning was unconventional. However, Kuo Jia's point was more reasonable. Regardless of who did it, it was just an excuse to attack Yuan Shao. Chen Shiyi remained silent for a moment, then slowly nodded and said, Yes, we've moved past the time of careful scheming. Let's use our strength to show Chen Gongta who the true overlord of the Central Plains is. I'm not telling him, I'm telling the whole world. Kuo Jia nodded slightly and said confidently, I can already feel the grimness and bloodshed of the battlefield in the wind. I have a feeling that our war with the North is about to officially begin.
Chen Xi was taken aback. In that moment, he vaguely felt that he had grasped a glimmer of an opportunity. His expression was slightly thoughtful, but as soon as this feeling disappeared, Chen Xi raised his head and said, Impossible. This battle that will determine the fate of the Central Plains will not begin until we are ready.
I hope so. Kuo Jia gave Chen Shiyi a meaningful look. Some things cannot be changed no matter how meticulously they are planned. Moreover, there are still many things to prepare if preparations continue. Since that is the case, it is better to start before either side is ready. Don't do anything unnecessary, Chen Shiyi said, glancing at Kuo Jia. He was afraid Kuo Jia would use someone else to start a major battle. Don't worry, I won't do it. But my intuition tells me that some things won't change according to our will, Kuo Jia said hesitantly. This was the first time Chen Shiyi had seen this look on Kuo Jia's face. Let us talk about it when that happens. No matter how deep Yuan Benchu's foundation is, do you think we'll lose? Although he is becoming more and more valiant, so what? Chen Shiyi said calmly, but his heart skipped a beat. Even if we are unprepared, at worst we are unable to conquer the world and govern it at the same time. We can simply govern it after the chaos. What difference does it make? Zijing, Kong Ming, and Wenru are all masters of this art. Chen Shiyi said fiercely after a sudden thought. He felt that what Guo Jia said might be true, and this feeling was very real. That's true, Guo Jia nodded, then fell silent with Chen Shiyi. He turned to Zhao Yun. Zilong, this time we're going to face Lu Bulletin. Are you confident? I doubt there's anyone in the world who still has confidence against Lu Bulletin, Zhao Yun said with a wry smile. Not everyone has Zhang-Fei's mindset. For a normal person to say they have confidence against the world's #1 martial arts master is just bragging. Oh, that's good. Then we'll go and challenge them after lunch. Guo Jia smiled. With General Guan and General Su backing us up, you can proceed with confidence. There won't be any danger. Guo Jia and Chen Shiyi exchanged a glance, both understanding each other's intentions. Very well. Although I am confident that I can escape unscathed from Lu Bulletin, it's good to have someone backing me up. After our parting at Hulao Pass, I don't know how far I am from him now. Zhao Yun nodded, showing little fear of Lu Bulletin. Zilong, be careful. Guang Yu reached out and patted Zhao Yun, and deliberately injected a trace of internal energy into him so that Zhao Yun had a clear understanding of his own strength before letting go. I'll be careful. It's pretty much as I estimated. Although he's very strong, there's still a gap between him and someone I can't match. Zhao Yun easily sensed the strength that Guang Yu was deliberately displaying, then nodded to Guang Yu, putting his mind at ease. It's up to you now. Guang Yu patted Zhao Yun on the shoulder. Although Guang Yu was always full of heroic spirit, he didn't have any good ideas when facing a monster like Lu Bulletin. Even with the Cloud Chi suppressing his internal energy, he was still no match for him. This gap was entirely due to the fact that every aspect of his strength was inferior. General Zhao, be careful. Su Chu said with a wry smile. Before I fought Lu Bulletin, I thought that all internal energy leaving the body was pretty much the same, but after meeting Lu Bulletin, I realized that the guy is a monster. Could it be that he replaced his character and brains with brute force? Very likely. Maybe he is one of those guys whose muscles have grown into his brain, or maybe they've even grown into his soul, Chen Shiyi suddenly interjected. However, Chen 11's words did not bring everyone back to their senses. Guo Jia had seen this situation several times recently. Basically, this was how it would happen whenever Lu Bulletin was mentioned. The other party's strength was too terrifying. By the way, Zilong, I'm giving you that sword. Guang Yu sighed, preparing to change the subject, when he happened to glance at the sword at Zhao Yun's waist. He smiled and said, although it's a precious sword, I don't usually need to use it, so I'm giving it to you. Thank you very much. Zhao Yun said with a smile, then drew the Yishan sword from his waist. This sword was captured by Guang Yu from Qin Shao during the Battle of Sushu. At the same time, Guang Yu also obtained the golden armor and Guang Yu's current mount, Zhao Huang Feidian. General Guang, let me give you a fine steed. Only a fine steed can bring out our full strength on the battlefield, Zhao Yun said with a smile, brandishing his Yishan sword as he thought of Guang Yu's horse. No need, Guang Yu shook his head slightly. There are very few fine horses in the world. Zhao Huang Feidian is already considered a good horse. it is just one step away from breaking through to the peak of qi refining. However, that one step makes all the difference. The most obvious difference is that a horse with internal energy leaving its body can walk on air, while a horse with refined internal energy can only run on land. As for other differences, if riding an ordinary horse would only be a hindrance to Guan Yu, then riding a horse like Zhao Huangfeidian would only slightly improve combat power. Only riding a precious horse with internal energy separation can truly improve combat power. Unfortunately, such a precious horse is extremely rare. Of course, the reason why Zhao Huangfeidian is relatively weak now is that he is only 3 years old. Of course, he can't compare with Red Hair, who started fighting against the world's best at the age of 2 with Lu Buletin. However, with Zhao Huangfeidian's potential, there is a high possibility that he will be able to enter the stage of internal energy separation. Zhao Yun smiled, walked out of the tent, and then whistled. Instantly, Guan Yu felt 2 waves of internal energy leaving the body rushing towards him at an astonishing speed. Guan Yu immediately understood what it was. Is this Red Hair? Guan Yu stared at the large red horse, which was taller than a man, and asked in surprise. Then, seeing the clumps of mane on the horse, he realized that it was not Lu Buletin's Red Hair. Chapter 614 Making Friends Through Martial Arts. This horse is named Curly-Haired Red Hair. It is a precious horse that Zhang Shiping brought back from the southern barbarians. Only an unparalleled warrior can ride it. General Guan, are you convinced of its worth? Zhao Yun asked with a smile. As he spoke, he patted Curly-Haired Red Hair's neck. Curly-Haired Red Hair stared at Guan Yu, let out a neigh, and transformed into a streak of light, flying away. Guan Yu also transformed into a streak of green light and leaped up on top of it. Regardless of whether this red hair is the whistling red hair or the curly-haired red hair, as long as it is red hair, it is definitely destined to be with Guan Yu. Without red hair, Guan Yu's life would certainly not be complete. Only with red hair could Guan Yu be said to have reached the pinnacle of his life. After all, it was red hair that made Guan Yu the god of war. People may not remember Guan Yu's wife or his father, but they will always remember his red hair. Red hair transformed into flames and flew away. Guan Yu immediately moved with the ease of a human, surpassing his previous limits, and flew directly onto Curly's back. No matter how Curly ran, jumped, flew, charged, or even did a 360-degree inverted spin in the air, Guan Yu refused to let go. He was convinced that this thing was suitable for him.
After a frantic commotion, Guan Yu finally landed contentedly on his curly-haired red hair. The reason the red hair made such a fuss was because it could sense that Guan Yu genuinely wanted to ride it, unlike Zhao Yun, who merely kept it as a pet without actually riding it. Unfortunately, while it managed to evade Zhao Yun, it couldn't escape Guan Yu's clutches.
Thank you, Zilong. Guan Yu, sitting on his horse, clasped his hands in a salute to Zhao Yun. He had an impulse to ride curly-haired Zhao Yun and fight Lu Buletin head on. This time, he was determined to fight one-on-one. He was confident that even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't get hurt. General Guan looks incredibly imposing and powerful right now. Perhaps he also wants to spar with Lu Buletin. Kuo-jia said with a smile, sensing Guan Yu's excitement. Ever since Zhang Fei was injured, Guan Yu's mood had been somewhat low. Even sending Zhang Fei back to Sus, who hadn't significantly changed this. Lu Buledin is indeed formidable. Even with red hair, he is no match for him. Guan Yu tugged at curly red hair's mane. At this moment, curly red hair had completely submitted to Guan Yu, no longer struggling, but instead shaking its head ingratiatingly. However, it is still necessary to fight again. As they were talking, Guan Yu dismounted and handed his green dragon crescent blade and red hair to Zhou Kang, instructing him to take them away and dress red hair in armor, adorning it with bells and such, in short, to make it look its best to satisfy Guan Yu. It seems everyone shares this sentiment. How about we head out this afternoon to challenge Lu Buledin? Chen Shiyi said. He couldn't stay at Guan Yu's stronghold for long. The construction of Linyi City was the most important thing. If he wanted to pick up Chenlan and Fanjian, the new city had to be built, otherwise he would never feel at ease. Aren't you being a little too hasty? Chen Qi asked. He was in charge of logistics for this army, and Chen Shiyi had only just arrived today, exhausted from the march, and was only now preparing a meal. To challenge them this afternoon seemed a bit too hasty. We don't need too many people, a few hundred will do. Although I don't particularly like Lu Buledin's character, given the current situation and his audacity, we can change the venue for the duel to our side, Chen Shiyi said after thinking for a moment. The current situation isn't at the point of offending Lu Buledin, and besides, Lu Buledin's strength makes it impossible for him to be captured and killed. Yes, we can have Lu Buledin come over and challenge us. We don't need many people on either side, 800 or 1,000 will do, Kuojia said, glancing at Chen Shiyi. That's right. After all, our goal is to subdue Lu Buledin, so it's only right that we have a friendly spar. It can also help us make friends through martial arts and bring us closer together. Chen Shiyi said with a peaceful smile, and Guojia also made a sharp turn to agree. Is that so? Guan Yu frowned. To be honest, he was certain of Lu Buledin's strength, but he really didn't think highly of Lu Buledin's character. If it weren't for the patricide charge, Guan Yu would have been willing to accept Lu Buledin, even if the latter was arrogant, lacked manners, and was mentally unstable. However, given the patricide, disloyalty, and unfilial piety involved, Guan Yu would absolutely not have wanted to serve under him. Just kidding, it's just a cover. What do you think Tianfeng would think if Lu Buledin came over and challenged us to a martial arts contest? Chen Shiyi said with a smile. He had also seen Guan Yu's expression and understood Guan Yu's thoughts. For a loyal and righteous person like Guan Yu, he and Lu Buledin were definitely incompatible. Tianfeng will definitely be on high alert, but considering the current relationship between the three parties, Tianfeng must know that there is still room for maneuver, so he will definitely seize the time to renegotiate with Chen Gong. Kuojia said with a smile. Tianfeng will definitely go in person, so there's a high probability that only Yuan Ten and Yan Liang will be in the main camp, or even that Yan Liang might not be there. Chen Qi clapped his hands and instantly understood what was going on. We'll beat him up without hesitation, Chen Shiyi said with a smile. Send a fierce general to lead cavalry straight in, burn and loot, and then leave. Of course, Don't forget to mock Tianfeng, and pin the blame on him regardless of whether he did it or not. Our army has just arrived and is not yet settled. It is reasonable for us to go to Lu Buledin to make friends through martial arts and win him over. Moreover, with Zishuang here this time, his status and position are sufficient. If there are many conditions to be discussed, they can be reached quickly. This has a huge impact on Tianfeng's judgment. Kuo Chuan nodded and explained slightly. Guang Yu, Zhao Yun, and Su Chu suddenly realized what was going on. After a brief discussion, they naturally entrusted the task of raiding the camp to Su Chu and Chen Qi, while Chen Shiyi, as the commander-in-chief, wrote a letter to Lu Buledin. Of course, after much discussion, the content was changed to a martial arts exchange to enhance mutual understanding and perhaps even work together in the future. They gave Lu Buledin plenty of faith in their conversation. Let's cook a meal and give all the soldiers a good meal. Also prepare breakfast and lunch for Lu Buledin's side. We can reduce the amount of meat, but there will be plenty of steamed buns and rice. Chen Shiyi said with a smile. In fact, without salted vegetables and dried fish, the fact that there were enough salted steamed buns to fill the stomachs was quite satisfactory for many soldiers who had previously struggled to get enough to eat. We're not short of food. Since we're making friends through martial arts, let us focus on leaving a good impression, Chen Qi nodded and said. Then, remembering Lu Buledin's suspicion, he sighed, I am just afraid Lu Buledin won't eat. Don't worry, he's strong enough that even if he swallowed arsenic, he wouldn't die. Besides, he knows no one would resort to such underhanded tricks, Guang Yu said coldly. Since this is a martial arts exchange, there's plenty of meat and wine. We also have half a slice of beef left. Boil it up, and dilute the strong liquor for treatment with some water to make a jar. We also make a small jar of the undiluted liquor. If we're going to show sincerity, let's let them see it. Kuo Jue glanced at Chen Shiyi, quite dissatisfied with Chen 11's stinginess. This is supposed to be a martial arts exchange. Chapter 615 The Cause of Yesterday. After everyone made the decision, Chen Shiyi, the commander-in-chief, wrote a letter to Lu Buledin on equal terms and had it sent over. Chen Shiyi had no idea what Lu Buledin's expression would be when he read this letter of friendship through martial arts. Although many years had passed, Lu Buledin would always think back to that silk letter from Hulao Pass whenever he felt lonely.
That was the only time Lu Bu received unconditional assistance from his fellow townsmen in Bingxiu. You see, the more he was looked down upon, the more Lu Bu wanted to prove himself, and for the same reason, the more he wanted to repay them.
Of course, there were also people who helped Lu Buledin. In Lu Buledin's eyes, they were his fellow townsmen, not his subordinates. Helping him was a favor, not an obligation. This is the key reason why Lu Buledin would reminisce when he was lonely, and even specially forged a copy based on his memory, and why he would constantly recall the past events in Bingzhou. It was because of this letter that Lu Buledin believed that the people of Bingzhou still remembered him. To put it bluntly, that letter can be seen as Lu Buledin's last hope for the people of Bingzhou. Although it was shattered into dust by Lu Buledin, it was also forever remembered by him. It was one of the two final resting places for Lu Buledin's soul. That's why when Lu Buledin received the letter from Chen Shiyi, his first feeling was one of familiarity. The handwriting was so familiar, and the feeling was so familiar, but Lu Buledin couldn't remember where he had seen it before. He didn't even consider the later, reconstructed silk scroll hidden in his chest. However, as unexpected as he had imagined, Lu Buledin unconsciously developed a slight liking for the person who wrote this letter of friendship through martial arts. At least compared to Zhang Fei, that suicidal bastard, the person who sent the letter this time was clearly polite. Feng Xian, what does the letter say? Chen Gong asked, seeing a rare smile on Lu Buledin's face. He put aside his worries and asked, remembering Zhang Fei's foolish behavior last time. Chen Zishuan invited me to a martial arts gathering, Lu Buledin said with a smile. I don't know why, but seeing these words gave me a sense of familiarity. My mood has improved considerably. What do you think, Gongta? Chen Gong was slightly taken aback. A letter could actually evoke such a feeling in Lu Buledin. This was too exaggerated. However, seeing Lu Buledin's eyes as calm as still water, and seeing that he was indeed asking him a question, the violent anger that had been building up inside him due to Zhang Fei's provocation was completely gone. How amazing was this? Then why not go and pay a visit? Chen Gong did not take the letter. In his opinion, Chen Shiyi could calm Lu Buledin down and make him less irritable than before. This meant that Lu Bei's side had not discussed the conditions for subduing Lu Buledin because Chen Shiyi would come to discuss these matters in person, rather than because they did not want to discuss them. It seems Lu Bei's side is very sincere, and Chen Zishuang was able to calm Feng Xian down with a letter, so he must be absolutely confident in persuading Feng Xian in the upcoming confrontation. Chen Gong thought with great emotion that he had previously thought Lu Bei's side wouldn't accept Lu Buledin, but it seems that Lu Weishuo wasn't qualified enough, and the other side seems to be willing to give Feng Xiao a sufficient status. That's exactly what I was thinking too. Lu Buledin nodded slightly and said leisurely. For some reason, his mood had improved a lot since receiving the letter. Then how many men does the general intend to take with him? Chen Gong asked with a smile. Why need so many people? Since we're here to make friends through martial arts, why don't Wen Yuan and I go alone? Although Lu Buledin couldn't recall where he had seen that incredibly familiar handwriting before, he subconsciously remembered sharing that letter with Zhang Liao when he first saw it. Huh. Chen Gong felt his eyes pop out of their sockets. He was now extremely interested in the letter Chen Shiyi had written. What exactly did that letter say that could make Lu Buledin so devoted, disregarding the danger? General, you mustn't do this. If the enemy has a troop of elite soldiers lying in ambush, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect yourself. Chen Gong immediately stood up and said. Lu Buledin must have taken the wrong medicine. How could this be? What do I have to fear? Lu Buledin asked with a smile. With my halberd in hand, I am invincible, and my steed Red Hair is as fast as lightning. If such a situation were to arise, who would dare to stop Wen Yuan and me from leaving? Seeing that Chen Gong was about to try to dissuade him, Lu Buledin's expression changed. Since we are making friends through martial arts, and Lu Bei is a benevolent and trustworthy man, I doubt they would dare to act recklessly. Besides, there is Yuan Shao keeping them in check, so what do I have to fear? At this moment, Lu Bulletin was extremely obsessive. He had to go, and he had to go in a very heroic manner. In his subconscious, he had to be heroic enough to meet that fellow villager. Since he could not return home in glory, even if Lu Bulletin could not remember why he was familiar with him, he still hoped in his subconscious that he would not lose face in front of the fellow villager who was about to appear. When Yuan, would you dare to come with me? Lu Bulletin asked Zhang Liao. I am willing to accompany Feng Xian. This time, Zhang Liao did not address Lu Bulletin as the unfamiliar general, but rather as Lu Bulletin as courtesy name.
Since leaving Bingxiu, and after repeated acts against his will, Zhang Liao had rarely seen Lu Bu in such a dashing and heroic manner. At this moment, Lu Bu was not burdened by heavy pressure, but rather carried the same heroism and hope he once had.
All right. Then let's go together this time. Gongta, you stay at the main camp and let Gongzheng defend the camp to ensure everything is safe. In a great mood, Lu Bulletin stopped bothering Gao Shan and mercifully released him to take over the defense of the entire camp. All right. Chen Gong thought for a moment and agreed with Lu Bulletin's suggestion. That makes sense when you think about it. If Lu Bulletin were alone, riding red hair, no one could stop him if he wanted to leave. Similarly, Zhang Liao is not weak either, and bringing him along will not be a burden. If Chen Shiyi is truly unethical, then all the reputation that Lu Bei has built up over such a long period of time will be ruined. As far as Chen Shiyi is concerned, Lu Bulletin is not worth wasting so much energy on. Afterwards, Lu Bulletin went to brush Red Hair's fur with a heart full of questions. He didn't know why he was like this, why he was so excited when he saw the handwriting that he was so familiar with. But Lu Bulletin was unwilling to suppress this excitement. Although he still couldn't remember the reason, he was still so excited. After brushing Red Hair's mane until it shone, Lu Bulletin dressed it in the most magnificent vest and adorned it with golden bells before leaving satisfied. He was off to prepare his own attire. As for what to wear, Lu Bulletin had already decided. He planned to wear the Tang Ni armor he wore at Hulao Pass again, tie on the Manshi Bao belt, have Diao Chan personally put on the 3-pronged purple, gold crown, and drape the bright red shoe brocade cloak. Then, as if facing the destination of his soul, he would go to see the person who wrote that letter. At this moment, Lu Bulletin's heart was in turmoil. He didn't understand why he had to be so solemn, but for some reason, after Lu Bulletin put on the same armor he had worn before, his chaotic thoughts suddenly dissipated, leaving only a calm state of mind, a pilgrimage, like heart that seemed to be heading towards a spiritual home. Chapter 616 The Final Step. Zhang Liao waited outside the camp for Lu Bulletin to set off with him, but when Lu Bulletin appeared, Zhang Liao seemed to see in a daze the figure of Lu Bulletin who once challenged all the heroes of the world on horseback, so proud and so heroic. As Lu Bulletin rode Red Hair slowly out of the camp, his mind had transcended its limits. Since Xiang Yu paved the way, this was the first time someone had taken the most important step in the realm of spirit. Let us go, Wen Yuan. I don't know why, but at this moment I feel a sudden sense of detachment, and I've come to terms with many things. Lu Bulletin said with a hearty expression, let us go see them. Let's go, Feng Xian. Zhang Liao looked at Lu Buledin in shock, bowed, and followed closely behind the tall Lu Buledin. At this moment, the contrast between Zhang Liao and Lu Buledin was like that of a green leaf to a red flower. The moment Lu Buledin stepped out of the camp, almost everyone in the Central Plains felt a tremor in their heart as their internal energy left their bodies, and almost everyone involuntarily looked in the same direction. Erlai, what's wrong? Cao, who was in Silai confronting Yang Feng and Zhang Ji, glanced at Diang Wei and asked in confusion. I don't know, but there's something about that direction that's making me uncomfortable, Diang Wei said, pointing towards Yan Zhou with a dark expression. It's very unpleasant. Brother, Miao Caini are the same, Xiaohe said with a frown. His left eye has always been inflexible. Ever since he was blinded by Gan Ning and had to have a replacement, he has had this old problem. Gong Ming, what's wrong with you? Yang Feng asked, looking at Su Huang who was carrying a card axe, puzzled. A wave of energy is coming from the east that makes my heart pound, Su Huang said, gazing at the east in astonishment. Boy Wang, what are you looking at? Zhang Ji asked Zhang Xiu, who was slightly distracted, while coughing. Uncle, Lu Buledin has probably already taken the final step, Zhang Xiu muttered to himself. He was currently only at the peak of his internal energy leaving his body. He had no idea how he would take that final step, his path ahead was already exhausted. The ultimate step. Zhang Ji looked at his nephew in shock. By now he knew that his nephew was definitely one of the top 10 masters in the world, but what did the ultimate step mean? Yes. If refining qi into gang is the limit of humanity, and the internal qi leaving the body is already an inhuman level, then the next level is definitely beyond human comprehension. A murderous glint flashed in Zhang Xiu's eyes. He still didn't know which direction the future path would take, but Lu Buledin had already taken that step. Very strong. Zhang Ji opened his mouth, but only managed to utter 2 words. Very strong, Zhang Xiu muttered to himself, then, perhaps to explain, added, really strong. Zijian, what are you looking at? Lu Ye asked, looking at Huaxiang who had suddenly stopped his horse. Lu Buledin has broken through. Huaxiang's first thought after feeling that tremor in his heart was Lu Buledin. Breakthrough? Lu Ye was taken aback, then instantly realized that there was only one breakthrough that could be said for Lu Buledin, and that was breaking through the barrier of internal energy leaving the body. The Emperor is far away, we can't interfere. Let Zishuang worry about it. I plan to talk to Cao to see if we can form an alliance. After all, we're all here to save the Emperor, Lu Ye said lightly. In Yanzhou, Zhao Yun, Guang Yu, and Su Chu all felt a surge of energy the moment Lu Buledin broke through his spirit in the 3 paths of essence, energy, and spirit, and stood up simultaneously. Han Kaiyan was also shocked and revealed his figure. What's wrong with you guys? Chen Shi asked, puzzled, when she saw the group suddenly stand up. Lu Buledin has taken the first step, Zhao Yun said incredulously.
As expected of Lu Bu, Han Zhong murmured to himself. After calming himself down, he disappeared once again.
So in the afternoon, Chen Shi and the others waited for Lu Buledin to arrive with unreadable expressions. Similarly, Yang Yang on Yuan Shao's side also felt that palpitation, which excited Tianfeng even more. The stronger Lu Buledin was, the greater the boost to their strength from consuming him. However, upon receiving new intelligence that Lu Buledin and Zhang Liao had gone alone to Chen 11's stronghold, Tianfeng was instantly struck dumb. Going alone was not a display of courage in Tianfeng's eyes, but a sign of submission. Without hesitation, Tianfeng went to Lu Buledin's camp. This time, he didn't intend to play any tricks. He would give whatever he could to win back Lu Buledin, even if it meant keeping Lu Buledin neutral. He couldn't let Lu Buledin side with Lu Bei. Yang, Tianfeng instructed immediately after preparing the gifts. Hold the camp tight and guard against Lu Buledin's sneak attack. He might be about to side with Lu Bei, Tianfeng said solemnly. Submitting and serving as a vanguard in the first battle is the most normal way to gain the other side's approval. Yes, Yang said solemnly, clasping his hands in greeting. He also saw the fear in Tianfeng's eyes. If Lu Buledin and Chen Shiyi attack at the same time, we must fight with all our might and hold out for one day. Our reinforcements will arrive soon. Tianfeng continued to instruct. Although the situation was extremely dire, it had not yet reached the abyss. Yes. Yang clasped his hands in a salute and said, I will guard the camp carefully and will not give anyone an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. That's good. I'll go and talk to Chen Gongta again now. Tianfeng nodded and tried his best to maintain his composure as he hurried towards Chen Gong's stronghold, but his hurried steps betrayed his current mood. On the other side, after Lu Buledin left, Chen Gong immediately began to treat Lu Yan to fine wine and food. It should be noted that the conditions Lu Yan had previously discussed were already considered very generous by Chen Gong. In addition, Lu Buledin and Chen Shiyi had met this time, and Lu Buledin was so happy. In Chen Gong's view, the cooperation was a sure thing, so he naturally regarded Lu Yan as one of his own. Pfft! Lu Yan spat out a mouthful of wine, then his eyes widened like bells, wine dripping from the corner of his mouth. You mean Zishuang personally discussed cooperation with General Lu? Yes, yes. Chen Gong said with a smile. I thought that Lord Sund was wary of General Lu and had slighted Wei Shuo. Please forgive me, Wei Shuo. With that, Chen Gong raised his hand and drank a cup of wine in one gulp. No problem, Gongta, don't worry about it. We each had our own missions back then, but aren't we enjoying a drink together now? Lu Yan said with an expression that he had known this all along, but his mind was a mess. While others believed Chen Zishuang's talk of cooperation with Lu Buledin, Lu Yan absolutely did not. He thought it was impossible and inconsistent with the main theme. Lu Bei's strength was not weak, having one more Lu Buledin wouldn't make a difference, nor would losing one. If Lu Buledin were truly loyal, that would be one thing, but the problem was that it would be difficult to settle one of Lu Buledin's men, and the other was a major hidden danger.
If someone is sent to work outside the headquarters and gets alienated, that's a problem. If someone stays at headquarters and becomes dissatisfied, who can stop them?
As soon as Chen Gong said this, Lu Yan immediately had a bad feeling. Regardless of whether this feeling was right or wrong, his life was definitely more important, so Lu Yan immediately had the idea of withdrawing from Lu Buledin's side. Chapter 617 It's worth a try. Chen Shiyi, not wanting to spoil the mood while eating, naturally cleaned the place up spotlessly. If there were more dancers and singers available, it would be perfect to have a group of them come over, eat beef, and drink some wine, a truly delightful autumn day for visiting friends. Not bad, right? That's giving him enough face, Chen Shiyi said to Guo Jia with a smile. How about it? I did a good job, didn't I? Indeed quite good, Guo Jia said with a smile. Zhong Kong is ready and can set off at any time. However, I did not expect that you would have such a great guard behind you. But in order to avoid Lu Buletin's backlash, I think we should also appoint him as the seat of honor. Yun Cheng and Zhong Kong may not be able to find out, but Lu Buletin might be able to find out. That's true. Chen Shiyi nodded, then turned and called out to those behind him, Mr. Hung, you must have heard that too. There was no response. Just as Chen Shiyi turned around helplessly to explain to Guo Jia, he found that Hong Qian had already appeared in front of him. Mr. Hong, please take a seat, Guo Jia said with a slight bow, but Hong Qian calmly walked to the side behind the main seat and sat there, seemingly lost in thought. After Chen Shiyi and the others finished arranging other matters, they waited for Lu Buletin's arrival. If Zhang Fei were here today, he would definitely scold Lu Buletin for making them all wait. However, since Zhang Fei was not present, and everyone was a civilized person, they naturally waited for Lu Buletin's arrival calmly. They're here. Zhao Yun, with his sharp eyes, was the first to spot the small dot in the distance. Lu Buletin wasn't riding at full speed, but he wasn't moving slowly either. Zhao Yun could sense the relaxed and natural joy emanating from Lu Buletin. This is troublesome. Quickly bring Zhong Kong back, Guo Jia said immediately. It's true that man proposes, God disposes. Lu Buletin actually came with only one person. As expected of Lu Buletin, Chen Shiyi stood up with a smile on his face. Only such courage could be worthy of the title of the number one in the world. Several years had passed since their parting at Hulao Pass, and Chen Shiyi saw Lu Buletin again. Compared to the arrogance Lu Buletin displayed at Hulao Pass, this time, Lu Buletin, still wearing the same armor, appeared more composed. Time had indeed left its mark on him. Even so, Chen Shiyi was still shocked when he first saw Lu Buletin. Although he was only accompanied by one person, the feeling that the heavens and the earth became the background to highlight Lu Buletin lingered in Chen 11's heart. This is Lu Buletin, the strongest who is invincible. Lu Buletin of Zhuyuan greets Marquis Chen. Lu Buletin spurred his horse and instantly appeared on the martial arts arena. He bowed to Chen Shiyi, showing no arrogance whatsoever. Lord Wen, why bother? Please take a seat. Chen Shiyi gestured for him to sit, inwardly sighing. Lu Buletin was indeed a remarkable man, but unfortunately, he had repeatedly followed the wrong people, making one mistake after another. Even so, it couldn't overshadow his brilliance. Lu Buletin truly lived up to his reputation as a man among men. Good. Lu Buletin flicked his bright red battle robe and strode forward, heading towards the first position on the left. Chen Shiyi couldn't help but think that this was probably the epitome of a powerful and imposing figure. No wonder he was the strongest warrior of the day. Zhang Wenyuan of Yanmen greets Lord Chen. Zhang Liao, holding his spear, saluted Chen Shiyi. General Zhang, please take a seat, Chen Shiyi said with a smile, glancing back at Zhao Yun, who indeed shook his head slightly. No matter how convincingly Zhang He acted, he couldn't change the fact that his internal energy was rigid. Zhang Liao's internal energy, on the other hand, was flexible. To be honest, at this moment, Huang Yu and Zhao Yun were also shocked by Lu Buletin's spirit. They both nodded slightly. Neither of them were the kind of people who would refuse to admit defeat even when faced with facts. Naturally, they were shocked by Lu Buletin's heroic courage. If it weren't for his character, they had to admit that Lu Buletin was indeed a remarkable person.
We'll discuss the matter of making friends through martial arts later. I was truly surprised that Marquis Wen and Wang Yuan could come in such a way. All the preparations we made before seem rather petty. All guards, please return to camp.
Since this is a martial arts gathering, our army will also present the highest level of protocol. Ruang Yuliang, you lead the soldiers back to camp and order Zhong Kong to come and accompany them as well. Chen Shiyi stood up and bowed, expressing his admiration for Lu Buletin's magnanimity. Upon hearing that Lu Buletin and Zhang Liao had arrived, Chen Shiyi immediately realized that Tian Feng's side must be on high alert, so it was best not to risk attacking their camp. Of course, what's more important is Lu Buletin's current aura. It seems like we can talk about it. There's a saying that your appearance reflects your heart, and Lu Buletin now has quite a presence. Yes. Ruang Li and Jiu immediately got up and led 700 or 800 soldiers away, leaving only a dozen soldiers to pour wine and add food. There was no hesitation between leaving and staying, truly demonstrating that orders were obeyed without question. Lu Buletin nodded to Chen Shiyi. With the departure of 700 or 800 soldiers, Lu Buletin was completely relieved. Without the obstruction of the clouds, no one in the world could stop him. It was precisely because of this that he could better feel the sincerity of Chen 11's actions. As expected of the renowned Marquis Chen, his actions are upright and honorable. Joining Liu Bei was indeed a wise choice, at least none of these people are narrow-minded. Zhang Liao was overjoyed, just like Chen Gong, feeling that Lu Buletin was ready to join Liu Bei's ranks. With Chen Shiyi mediating the atmosphere, and Lu Buletin indeed not causing any trouble this time, the atmosphere quickly became lively. Huang Yu and Zhao Yun were impressed by Lu Buletin's courage in coming along, so they only talked about romance and didn't try to undermine him. As a result, the atmosphere wasn't as tense as Chen Shiyi had imagined. Zhang Liao even spontaneously performed a sword dance on the spot. Hey, isn't this Fatty Su? Lu Buletin said with a smile to Su Chu, who was rushing over, looking like he was in a good mood. Lord Wen, I heard you came along with only one person, and I thought it was a joke, but I didn't expect it to be true. Su Chu said in a deep voice. Unlike others, Su Chu, though unwaveringly loyal, genuinely admired the strong. While he didn't approve of Lu Buletin's actions, he greatly respected Lu Buletin's strength. Ha ha ha, I'll toast you. Lu Buletin said with a slightly flushed face from being drunk. He was pleased with Su Chu's straightforward praise. He liked being direct and didn't know how to be cunning. Thank you, Marquis Wen. Su Chu downed the drink in one gulp, then exclaimed in surprise, alcohol. Well, Chen Shiyi used to insist on distilling alcohol, but now he can only get it to about 60 degrees, and most of the time it's only around 50 degrees. However, the name alcohol has been retained. Seeing Su Chu's tone, Lu Buledin knew that Chen Shiyi and the others had indeed gone to great lengths, and he was even more satisfied. Alcohol, what a fine name! It truly is the essence of wine. This is the best spirit I've ever tasted. Lu Buledin laughed heartily. The wine is just right, and I'm slightly tipsy. This gathering is also about making friends through martial arts, so I'll follow the host's lead. In that case, I'll go first. Chapter 618 Waiting for the next time. As he spoke, Lu Buledin leaped into the sky. With a casual swing of his halberd, the area within a radius of dozens of meters suddenly froze, as if everything had been suddenly restricted. Everyone felt a weight on their bodies, and then Lu Buledin's halberd began to move, swinging with overwhelming power under Lu Buledin's control. Lu Buledin casually swung his halberd. He didn't know why he was so unrestrained at this moment. Although he wasn't particularly prejudiced against different schools of martial arts, he had never shown his skills so clearly to anyone before. This immense aura continued to accumulate, and a golden halo appeared around Lu Buledin, surrounding him. The originally surging aura condensed within that 50-meter sphere, making him appear like a god. Su Chu stared at Lu Buledin with his mouth agape. He had only one feeling: Lu Buledin had definitely held back last time. The difference was too obvious. Within that 50-meter range, Lu Buledin's aura had almost solidified into a physical form. Han Kaiang unconsciously reached for a glass of wine. He finally understood what Wang Yu had said. After Hulao Pass, Lu Buledin's power was already established, and there was hardly anyone in the world who could rival him. He was truly a monster. Wang Yu and Zhao Yun exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with fighting spirit as they watched Lu Buledin's halberd moves. Zhao Yun slowly reached out and gripped his silver spear, then stood up. Lord Wen, your refined taste is such that a solo dance would not be beautiful. I would like to join you, Zhao Yun said, gripping his spear tightly as he looked at Lu Buledin. Come on, Zhao Zilong, it's been several years since we parted at Hulao Pass. Let me see how much you've improved. Lu Buledin swung his halberd horizontally, and his previously unyielding aura was instantly drawn back. Lu Buledin burst forth with golden light as he looked in Zhao Yun's direction.
Please enlighten me. Zhao Yun, wielding his spear, transformed into a streak of silver blue light and charged head-on at Lu Bu.
With a deafening boom, both beams of light shot backward. However, Lu Buledin almost instantly reversed his momentum, his aura increasing rather than decreasing. He directly chased after the silver, blue beam of light against the tide. Zhao Zilong, you truly cultivate both metal and water elements, and you combine strength and gentleness. You cultivate the most powerful metal element internal energy into a flexible internal energy, and the gentlest water element internal energy into a rigid internal energy. A golden light flashed as Lu Buledin instantly chased after the retreating Zhao Yun, his halberd carrying powerful internal energy as it smashed towards Zhao Yun. After the first clash, Zhao Yun had a rough idea of Lu Buledin's strength: strong, very strong, but not invincible. So Zhao Yun wasn't too surprised when Lu Buledin figured out how he had trained. Zhao Yun showed no surprise at the halberd strike that could have easily cleaved him in two. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust his spear towards Lu Buletin's throat, arriving before Lu Buletin could react. The spear strike was remarkably fast, without any variation in technique. Clang! Lu Buletin's face lit up with joy. He swept his halberd horizontally, the small blade locking directly into Zhao Yun's spear. Zhao Yun's right hand trembled, the spear almost turning a corner. He suddenly rose high, stepping on Lu Buletin's halberd. The bright silver spear trembled violently, almost bursting into flames, and a phoenix rose directly from Zhao Yun's spear. Lu Buletin gripped his halberd with both hands and delivered a vertical slash, shattering the phoenix into pieces. Then, he swung the halberd again and again towards Zhao Yun. Clang clang clang! A series of crackling sounds filled the air as Zhao Yun and Lu Buletin engaged in a fierce battle, each going head to head. Will? As expected of Lu Buletin, he is indeed exceptionally powerful. After Zhao Yun's spear was deflected once again, aimed directly at Lu Buletin's vitals, Zhao Yun immediately abandoned the slight initial advantage gained from his aggressive attack and retreated 100 paces. Why did you stop attacking? Your 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix is incredibly sharp, and your 100 phoenixes paying homage to the sun is also mighty and fierce. Why did you only scratch the surface of both attacks? Lu Buletin asked Zhao Yun, standing in the air. The 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix and the 100 phoenixes paying homage to the sun are too destructive and should not be used lightly unless it is a life, or, death struggle. Moreover, Zhao Yun looked at Lu Buletin but did not finish his sentence. Zhao Yun had a feeling that even if the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix and the 100 phoenixes paying homage to the sun were used together, it would probably be difficult to achieve the desired effect against Lu Buletin. Moreover, the stronger Zhao Yun became, the more he felt that neither 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix nor 100 phoenixes facing the sun were suitable for him. Although they were indeed top-notch moves in the world, Zhao Yun felt that such ultimate skills were not as good as his spear dance of pear blossoms, falling petals. He needed a martial art that could truly unleash his strength. Lord Wen, I have a spear for you to critique. Zhao Yun held the spear and slowly pressed it towards Lu Buletin. Well done. Lu Buletin swung his halberd fiercely at Zhao Yun's silver spear. In the next moment, Zhao Yun's spear suddenly trembled and burst forth with a burst of spear light like an arrow unfurling from a screen. It was as if all the spear techniques in the world were displayed in Zhao Yun's spear.
Lu Bu was taken aback. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. He immediately swung his halberd without reservation, unleashing his power with unparalleled might. With one sweep of the halberd, a large number of spear techniques disappeared, but more moves followed. After exceeding a certain limit, the spear techniques gradually became simpler.
Thousands of moves were reduced to a few hundred, and the basic spear and thrust evolved into unique techniques. Then, those unique techniques, like the phoenix nodding, 100 phoenixes facing the sun, and 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, were repeatedly reduced and merged. Thousands of moves, though different, eventually led to the same goal, until only one spear remained. Break! Zhao Yun thrust out his spear in a strange and unpredictable manner, unleashing all the spear techniques he had mastered throughout his life in this single strike. Open up for me, In an instant, Lu Buletin's energy and spirit soared to their peak, and he fiercely slashed at Zhao Yun, while Zhao Yun's spear also thrust towards Lu Buletin with unparalleled momentum. Lu Buletin swung his halberd at Zhao Yun's spear, and with a flick of his wrist, the spear split into 7 lines, striking directly at Lu Buletin's vital points like a python constricting. At this moment, Zhao Yun's inner strength and flexibility were perfectly displayed. Despite his panic, Lu Buletin remained composed. Having exhausted his strength with the Fangtian halberd, there was no chance of recovery. He immediately reversed the halberd, using the shaft to counter Zhao Yun's spear attack. He swept it across, shattering one of the spear's energy. Using the force of the blow, he retreated and swung the Fangtian halberd backhand, sweeping it towards the remaining 6. 5 of them shattered, but the last one struck the halberd with a resounding clang of metal. Pft! After Lu Buletin stopped his retreat, he looked at the scratches on his armor. Zhao Zilong, you are indeed powerful. If my internal energy were not inferior to yours, I would probably have been injured by you. It's just the last gasp of its power. Zhao Yun said with a sigh. He was shocked by Lu Buletin's strength. Although the 7-probing serpent was only in its initial stage, this move was still based on the unpredictable and the fast, ruthless and accurate attack, aiming to kill with one blow. Yet Lu Buletin still managed to block the attack. No, I can see that you've restricted your internal energy, otherwise you wouldn't only have this much strength, Lu Buletin said boldly. At this moment he was almost a pure warrior. Give me a chance, release yourself, and we'll fight again. Chapter 619 Bottom line. I will come when the opportunity arises. I hope you won't die at someone else's hands by then, Zhao Yun said calmly, but with a hidden meaning. After Lu Buletin fought with an open mind, even Zhao Yun unconsciously hinted to Lu Buletin that it would be a pity if such a powerful general were to die due to a scheme. Ha ha ha, you don't need to worry about this. How could I, Lu Buletin, who has roamed the world, die at the hands of others? Lu Buletin laughed wildly. I'll wait for you. I will stand at the pinnacle of martial arts and wait for your arrival. My intuition tells me that there will be another battle between you and me, and at that time, we will no longer be at our current level, but a true battle of the pinnacle. Thank you for your kind words. Zhao Yun was startled, and in a daze, he saw the two of them colliding again on the ice and snow of Yuan in the northern frontier. This momentary illusion was fleeting, but Zhao Yun clearly felt that it was not an illusion. I'm getting off. General Guang will fight you again, and this time there will be a surprise. Zhao Yun calmly bowed to Lu Buletin, then dispersed his inner energy and fell from the sky. Lu Buletin opened his mouth as if to call out to Zhao Yun, knowing that Zhao Yun still had hidden strength, but the other party gave up on using it. Guang Yu looked at Lu Buletin in the sky. He could hear their conversation clearly. He had a strange feeling about Lu Buletin at this moment. Was that heroic figure in the sky really Lu Buletin? After landing, Zhao Yun loosely gripped the heaven-slaying sword in his left hand, then couldn't help but sigh. His spear technique had indeed reached its pinnacle, but his swordsmanship was equally formidable. Compared to the unpredictable 7-step serpent strikes, the mastery of both spear and sword was his strongest move. However, previously, No single sword had allowed him to wield it with such freedom. Lu Buledin, when we fight again, I will use my strongest moves. I'm not only skilled with the spear, but also with the sword. Zhao Yun thought resolutely, gazing at Lu Buledin in the sky. Little did he know that after that battle, he wouldn't see Lu Buledin again for a very, very long time. Strategist, is there any hope for him? Zhao Yun finally couldn't help but ask Chen Shiyi, since no one else could hear him except the two of them. No. But there's always a way out. Maybe there is, who knows? At least not on my end right now. His heart is too wild. I don't know anyone besides Diao Chen who could restrain his heart. Such a person might be moved by a moment, or perform heroic deeds because of loneliness in his heart, but he's too wild. Chen Shiyi didn't speak, his gaze fixed on Lu Buledin standing in the sky. But his words reached Zhao Yun's ears without being missed. Is that so? His heart is too wild. Yes, his current heroic and valiant nature doesn't mean he won't revert to his former self. The human heart always needs some form of restraint, whether it's emotion or morality. Only by restraining oneself can one be considered a human being. Zhao Yun sighed. He understood Chen 11's concerns. Yes, the human heart needs a restraint, Chen Shiyi replied without looking away. But I am very curious, why has he become so heroic? While Zhao Yun and Chen Shiyi were exchanging words, Guang Yu and Lu Buledin had already begun their fight. Although Guang Yu was strong, he was still somewhat inferior to Zhao Yun in terms of skill. His sword strikes were powerful and heavy, but he could not hurt Lu Buledin. Guang Yu, your sword strikes are powerful and heavy, but they cannot withstand prolonged battles. You have an excellent grasp of your spirit and energy, and each strike is delivered when your spirit and energy are at their peak, making them incredibly powerful. However, this also means that once your fighting spirit and will to fight can no longer be raised, each of your strikes will only become weaker and weaker. Lu Buledin struck Guang Yu with his halberd, sending him flying without sustaining any injury. At this moment, Lu Buledin truly possessed the demeanor of a grandmaster. Guang Yu remained calm. His moves were always like this. His goal was to defeat his opponent within 10 moves, or at least injure him. This way, even if he grew weaker and weaker, his opponent would still be unable to defeat him. Take my final blow, Marquis Win. Guang Yu looked at Lu Buledin directly for the first time. Although he had always acknowledged Lu Buledin's strength before, he would always address him as Lu Buledin and never use a respectful form of address. But this time was different. Alright, I'd also like to see what surprise Zhao Zilong is talking about, Lu Buledin laughed, his usual arrogance and disdain gone, as he addressed Guang Yu. Guang Yu whistled, and a streak of fire flew from the horizon. The clearly visible figure startled Lu Buledin, who couldn't help but whistle as well. Hissing red hair had an urge to charge at curly-haired red hair as soon as it saw it, but it hadn't moved due to Lu Buledin's intimidation. Now, at Lu Buledin's command, hissing red hair charged straight ahead. Red hair? Guang Yu exclaimed in amazement, as if to say something to Lu Buledin.
I have a sword for you, Lord Wen, to judge. Guang Yu shouted, and the azure inner energy on his body and the bright red flames of his red hair horse merged wildly. His body was engulfed in azure and red flames, and his aura continued to rise, surpassing one peak after another, and finally even overshadowing Lu Bu's aura.
As Guan Yu's spirit and energy were infused into him, almost everyone present could hear the resounding roar of the green dragon crescent blade. Guan Yu, riding red hair, looked at Lu Buledin opposite him with a mixture of arrogance and confidence. Take my green dragon crescent slash. With a roar, Guan Yu's red hair, as if receiving a command, transformed into a streak of fire and charged towards Lu Buledin. As Guan Yu swung his sword, the sky suddenly darkened, and in an instant, it was as if a crescent moon, emitting a ghostly light, streaked across the sky. With a deafening roar, the entire area shook violently. The sword missed its mark, and the earth shattered, leaving a gash hundreds of meters long. After the smoke cleared, Lu Buledin and Guan Yu stood in the sky on horseback. Why did your strike miss? Lu Buledin asked, his face contorted with struggle, but he eventually regained his composure. I am not as good as you, but I have my bottom line. My pride will not allow me to kill an opponent stronger than me in this way. Guan Yu said coldly and arrogantly after his breathing gradually calmed down. He disdained to explain, but since Lu Buledin had actually admitted it after struggling for a long time, he was willing to explain. The bottom line. Lu Buledin muttered to himself, finally regaining his composure. You had a chance to kill me just now, but I was careless. I couldn't dodge that blow. Guan Yu opened his eyes slightly, looked at Lu Buledin without speaking, and was surprised that someone like Lu Buledin would admit it instead of being embarrassed and angry. However, there will be no more opportunities in the future. Lu Buledin's tone changed. You have given up your only chance to become invincible. Next time I will be stronger, and my blade will be faster and more powerful, Guan Yu said, staring at Lu Buledin. He could sense Lu Buledin's approval. Besides, I refuse to become the best in the world through petty tricks. Guan Yu spoke at length for the first time, perhaps because Lu Buledin had given him such a profound shock. I will take the title of best in the world myself. Don't die. Chapter 620 Haunting Dreams. After speaking with his back to Lu Buledin, Guan Yu spurred his horse and landed on the ground. Lu Buledin couldn't see Guan Yu's expression, but Chen Shiyi and the others could see the helplessness in it. Perhaps Lu Buledin could only say that he had encountered the wrong person. I won't die, and Guan Yuncheng, you shouldn't die either. Lu Buledin said after Guan Yu landed slowly. If we meet on the battlefield again, I will show mercy. If we don't meet again, then one day I will repay the favor I did for you today. Guan Yu did not reply, nor did he say anything about not asking Lu Buledin to show mercy. He knew that Lu Buledin was truly qualified to ask any opponent to show mercy, because he was an invincible war god. As long as he was not careless, no one in the world could kill him. Zhang Liao felt a sense of relief upon witnessing this scene. Lu Buledin had finally done something good. Zhang Liao could see it clearly from below. Although Zhao Yun and Guan Yu still harbored some resentment towards Lu Buledin, they were impressed by his bold and heroic performance and did not harbor any serious hostility towards him. As for the biggest troublemaker, Zhang Fei, who was known for his bad luck, Zhang Liao said that one was from the south and the other from the north, and the central plains was so vast that it couldn't accommodate two people. Everything was moving in a positive direction, and the next step should be to reach a high degree of consensus in this pleasant atmosphere, and then merge into Lu Bei's forces. Therefore, Zhang Liao was obviously quite excited, waiting for the next step to begin. However, Chen Shiyi did not speak from beginning to end, which made Zhang Liao extremely conflicted. What was the purpose of this martial arts exchange? Of course, Zhang Liao also realized that he was a bit impatient, but Chen 11's calm expression was really driving the excited Zhang Liao a little crazy. Lord Wen, before I depart, let me offer you one last toast. We live in different regions and belong to different forces. Many years have passed since we parted. I fear we will never have the opportunity to share a drink and talk like this again. Chen Shiyi raised a cup of wine and stood in the main seat, saying this. Zhang Liao was immediately overjoyed. Finally, they had touched on the thing that had been bothering him. He quickly looked at Lu Buledin. Being from different regions and belonging to different factions, isn't that an implication that we can unite? The fact that we've been separated for so many years and can hardly reunite is an implication that we can actually find a way to meet again. Look at me. Look at me. I'll answer. I'll answer. Zhang Liao shouted in his heart, frantically. He was worried that Lu Buledin wouldn't understand, so it was only right that he answer these questions himself. Years have passed since we last met. Lu Buledin was taken aback. He suddenly remembered why he was so excited, why he was dressed so elegantly, why he was here, and why he was in such a good mood. I remember now, why I'm so joyful. Why am I so calm today? I remember now, the person who wrote this letter is my fellow townsman, a fellow native of Bingzhou. That's right, I've cried out countless times in my dreams, asked countless times. Bingzhou is my hometown, but I have no face to go back. I want to know what my fellow townsman thinks of me. In an instant, Lu Buledin understood everything. The reason he had been displaying his martial prowess, his heroic spirit, and his most glorious side was to gain the approval of his fellow townsmen. He yearned to return to Bingzhou, but he was too ashamed to do so. Bingzhou was the place where he was born and raised. Like fallen leaves returning to their roots, he longed for his hometown. How many times had the Wolf Knight dreamed of returning to Bingzhou? How many times had he looked north and sighed? Yet he suppressed his homesickness and followed Lu Buledin to conquer the world. But Lu Buledin had no face to return to Bingzhou. He had no face at all. 30,000 northern frontier cavalry followed him to defeat the Xiongnu and fight the Xianbei, bringing glory to the Hongmen and earning him the title of Flying General. When he left Bingzhou, he carried the hopes of the people of Bingzhou on his back. He thought the Battle of Luoyang would be easy, but when he arrived in Luoyang, he realized how powerful Dongzhou was. The Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, which had been invincible in the northern frontier, was defeated head-on by Ziliang under his leadership. If he hadn't fought desperately into the Ziliang army and cut off their command flag, the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry would have been routed. More than 3,000 of his fellow villagers, whom he had vowed to bring back with all his might, died on the battlefield. Yet Ding Yuan still insisted on serving the emperor. Why serve the emperor? Lu Buledin did not understand. He only wanted to bring the wolf cavalry back intact. Later, unable to bear Ding Yuan repeatedly sending the Bingzhou wolf cavalry to that completely unbalanced battlefield, he killed Ding Yuan under Li Su's instigation and followed Dong Zhou. The valiant and powerful Dong Zhou was indeed a good choice in his eyes. With such a protective umbrella, the wolf cavalry would die less. Unfortunately, Dong Zhou, the once valiant man who could still declare one day you will belong to me even as he charged to the chariot, killed the guards, and cut down the commander's flag, became corrupt after entering Luoyang, corrupt to the core. Despite the decay, at least his wolf riders survived. Unfortunately, corruption is corruption. He took action for Diao Chen, and Dong Zhou died, but he didn't regret it. The pity is, why did Wang Yun insist on fighting?
He was defeated again. Regardless of Dong Zhuo's presence, the Xiuyang cavalry was still incomprehensibly strong. Of his 30,000 soldiers, only 10,000 remained. He didn't know how to explain himself. He still remembered that he had said he would bring them back, but why were they gone? Without them, how could he go back?
With each battle, the number of wolf riders dwindled, and his heart grew colder. He felt that his chances of returning to Bingzhou were becoming increasingly slim. On his last impulsive attempt to return to Bingzhou, he reached the border between Hanoi and Bingzhou. He was just one step away from crossing, but he pulled his raised leg back. The only thing that could give him peace of mind was that letter from his fellow townsman in Bingzhou. Even if the original letter was destroyed, this letter, which Lu Buledin had copied himself, was filled with all of Lu Buledin's hopes for Bingzhou. His fellow villagers in Bingzhou still missed him. He wanted to see them, and he would go back as soon as they asked, back to the Bingzhou Zhuyuan he longed for, to fight the Hu people again. This was the only way Lu Buledin could think of to return. This letter contained everything he had for Bingzhou and also revealed the most vulnerable side of his heart. Could I meet the person who wrote this letter? At this moment, Lu Buledin's throat was a little dry, but he still managed to make the sound he needed. Belief. What belief? Chen Shiyi asked, puzzled. It's the letter you sent inviting me here, Lu Buledin said, trying to remain calm, but his voice clearly trembled. Oh, I wrote it. Chen Shiyi said with a strange expression, having also noticed Lu Buledin's expression. What did you write? Lu Buledin asked, trembling. Yes, Lord Wen, your body seems to be trembling constantly, Chen Shiyi said with a strange expression. What's wrong? You wrote me a letter when you were in Luoyang before. Lu Buledin's expression twisted slightly. Chapter 621 A complete mismatch. Oh, right, that's right. Chen Shiyi didn't notice Lu Buledin's expression at all. He looked up and thought for a moment. I did write you a letter when I was in Luoyang. You shall die. At this moment, Lu Buledin erupted like a volcano, his halberd swinging down in fury. The ground in front of Lu Buledin crumbled under that single blow, and the powerful force crashed directly towards Chen Shiyi. Thump! Zhao Yun, who already possessed the ability to perceive the mind, had a vague sense of unease the moment Lu Buledin asked his question. The instant Lu Buledin made his move, Zhao Yun immediately swung his spear to intercept him. However, even with Zhao Yun's interception, the overwhelming power still blasted towards Chen Shiyi. The moment Lu Buledin made his move, Han Qian was taken aback. He immediately tried his best to shield Chen Shiyi with his body to ensure Chen 11's safety. Fortunately, Zhao Yun intervened and blocked the attack for a moment. Han Qian flipped over, grabbed Chen Shiyi with one hand, and swung his spear with the other, disappearing directly into Lu Buletin's attack. With a loud thud, the entire banquet venue was shattered. The next moment, Han Qian, who was holding Chen Shiyi, appeared hundreds of steps away. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, while Chen Shiyi was unharmed. Lu Buletin, prepare to die. Lu Buletin unleashed a powerful strike, catching Guang Yu completely off guard. As the arena crumbled, Guang Yu's eyes widened in fury, and he swung his green dragon crescent blade with unparalleled force toward Lu Buletin's neck. At the same time, Zhao Yun thrust his spear at Lu Buletin. Regardless of the reason, this was the only strike. Lu Buletin had to die. Why? Lu Buletin wildly swung his halberd. What were once ordinary moves took on astonishing power in his hands, completely ignoring the attacks from Zhao Yun and Guang Yu. He charged madly towards Chen Shiyi, his dream shattered. Die! Lu Buletin furiously hacked at Guang Yu and Zhao Yun. His only hope of returning to Bingzhou was gone. He could never go back, never. He was filled with hatred. The pillar that had sustained him had crumbled. I can't go back, I can't go back. His frenzied attacks were riddled with flaws, but against Lu Buletin's overwhelming strength, all flaws were insignificant. Instead, he unleashed his fury, directly suppressing Zhao Yun and Guang Yu, and slowly advancing towards Chen Shiyi. Zhang Liao was dumbfounded. What was going on? His mind was a complete blank after Lu Buletin's attack. Weren't they just drinking and laughing together a moment ago? How did things suddenly turn out like this? What happened? Had he misheard something? Zhongkang, thank you. Kuo Jia said to Su Chu, who was protecting him, his face pale. He could already see the blood dripping from Su Chu's body. It's good that strategist Guo is alright, it's good that he's alright. Su Chu suppressed his own wounds and said to Guo Jia, who was only somewhat disheveled. After Lu Buletin's halberd strike, Su Chu's mind went blank. He had no idea how the situation had suddenly changed. Had he missed something? Regardless of whether he missed anything, Su Chu immediately lunged towards Guo Jia the moment Lu Buletin's attack came. He desperately tried to protect both of them, unleashing his inner energy to shield himself and Guo Jia. However, they were too close. Even though Lu Buletin hadn't attacked Guo Jia, the residual force still severely injured Su Chu, causing him to bleed profusely. Where is Zishuan? Guo Jia exclaimed in alarm when he saw a huge ravine appear beside him. Old Hong has already rescued the general and the strategist, Su Zhu said, pointing in another direction. Lu Buletin really does turn on you in an instant. Since that's the case, then don't blame me. I was going to spare his life before because of his heroic spirit, but now he's dead. Mobilize the army. Zishuan and I are leaving here first. Kuo Jia's face was pale, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. If he had any respect for Lu Buletin before, now all that respect had turned into shame and anger. He wanted to kill Lu Buletin. Zhang Liao, prepare to die. Su Chu grabbed his broadsword and glanced around. When he saw Zhang Liao standing in the middle of the field, Ready to attack, he was immediately enraged. He brandished his broadsword and charged forward. Zhang Liao was completely dumbfounded and terrified. Ding! Before Zhang Liao could react when Su Chu charged over, the other man slashed horizontally and sent Zhang Liao flying backward. Only then did Zhang Liao realize what had happened, but he was cursing inwardly. He had no idea what had gotten into Lu Buledin, how he had suddenly become like this. Zhongkang, let's talk. Zhang Liao called out immediately, holding Su Chu at bay with his spear. Go to hell. I'll kill you, you bastard. Su Chu roared, brandishing his broadsword and slashing at Zhang Liao. This was just an accident. Zhang Liao quickly explained, blocking Su Chu's broadsword with his spear again. It was an accident that I killed you. Su Chu angrily swung his sword at Zhang Liao. I don't know what happened either. Zhang Liao dodged Su Chu's blade and began to explain. You'll know once I kill you. Su Chu ignored Zhang Liao's explanation and started hacking at Zhang Liao. Old Hung, are you alright? Chen Shiyi asked, looking at Hong Kaiang, who was standing next to him, supporting himself with his spear and coughing up blood. He was also losing his composure. What was going on? Weren't they talking so well just now? How did it suddenly turn out like this? Had Lu Buledin taken the wrong medicine, or was he having a relapse?
You're not dead. Thank goodness you're all right. Han Qiong waved her hand and said.
Previously, Han Kaiang used a secret technique that was almost like teleportation, which separated him by hundreds of meters. More importantly, he used more of his internal energy to protect Chen Shi from harm, without strengthening himself at all. After such an attack, all 5 of his internal organs were injured. That's good, that's good. Chen Shiyi was relieved to see Hong Kaiang's complexion recovering at an astonishing speed. What's wrong with Lu Buledin? Why did he suddenly attack me? The biggest help you can give me is to not do such things again. Luckily, Zilong reacted quickly enough, otherwise even I would have had trouble keeping you safe. Lu Buledin is a terrible bastard, disloyal and unfilial, and he has no manners of a warrior. Han Kaiang quickly adjusted his breathing after recovering his composure, and turned to look at Chen Shiyi, giving him his instructions. I understand, I won't do such a thing again. I didn't expect Lu Buledin to launch a sudden attack. Chen Shiyi nodded, then involuntarily offered his explanation. Who knows what he's thinking? Han Kaiang sneered, brandishing his spear and charging directly into the battle circle of Guang Yu, Zhao Yun, and Lu Buledin. Why did you lie to me? Lu Buledin attacked Guang Yu and Zhao Yun frantically. His dream of returning to Bingzhou was shattered, his only remaining hope was destroyed, and he could never go back. Lu Buledin, what are you saying? Chen Shiyi roared at Lu Buledin, when did I ever lie to you? Where is your former composure? Where is your former heroic spirit? What's the difference between you and a madman now? What are you saying? Chapter 622 A Twist of Fate. Chen 11's greatest strength lies in his composure. He rarely gets angry or wavers over anything. Once he makes up his mind, he will strive toward his goal. More importantly, Chen Shiyi has always believed that his intelligence is sufficient to carry out his ideas. Because of Lu Buledin's bravery, boldness, and many other miscellaneous qualities, Chen Shiyi wavered for the first time. He didn't want to kill someone who had the potential to become a hero, so he tried to persuade him to stay. As long as Lu Buledin speaks up, regardless of why Lu Buledin is behaving so bravely and boldly today, as long as he maintains the same boldness and masterly demeanor as before, Chen Shiyi can guarantee that he has a way to clear Lu Buledin's name and settle him down. However, fate played a cruel joke. After he first wavered in his choice, fate made him swallow the bitter pill, and his anger surged wildly. Die! Lu Buledin ignored Han Kaiyang's attack and slashed his halberd towards Chen Shiyi. Fortunately, Guang Yu and Zhao Yun desperately blocked the attack. Thud! Han Kaiyang thrust his spear into Lu Buledin's arm, tearing through Lu Buledin's armor. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Buledin's wound healed at an astonishing speed. Death! A cold glint flashed in Chen 11's eyes. For so many years, he couldn't remember anyone daring to say the word death to him. Don't talk to him anymore, that guy is a complete lunatic. Kuojia was also furious, and walked over to Chen Shiyi with a gloomy face, saying this.
I think so too, Chen Xi said with a dark face. I was blind just now, and I will never waver again.
Let's get out of here first. We only have the strength to fight desperately in close combat. Against a master like Lu Buledin, one of his slashes would be enough to cut us to pieces, Kuojia sighed. Let the main army come. Getting too close is also extremely dangerous. Let's go. Chen 11's face darkened, but he didn't hesitate much and followed Kuojia away. In this situation, the two of them would only be a hindrance. The civil official's mental piercing was a move used to drag others down when they wanted to die, and the distance was too close. As for other physical attacks, they were not very effective. Ruangli and Jiu immediately protected Chen Shiyi and Guojia and led them away. After the two left, Guang Yu, Zhao Yun, and Han Kaiyang were able to unleash their full power and fight Lu Buledin with all their might. However, to their surprise, the three of them quickly overwhelmed Lu Buledin after going all out. Die! Lu Buledin roared madly as he slashed at the three men, his once glorious armor now bearing numerous scratches from their attacks. Lu Buledin, what is the purpose of your actions? Zhao Yun suddenly deflected Lu Buledin's halberd with his spear, sending him flying backward. He roared at Lu Buledin using the mind-awakening secret technique. Then Guang Yu and Han Kaiyang also used the momentum to fly away. The three of them formed a triangle around Lu Buledin, and it was clear that they had also realized that Lu Buledin was not in a normal mental state. Of course, if this were a battlefield fight, killing Lu Buledin would be the obvious choice. However, this day was meant to be a friendly martial arts gathering, and Lu Buledin's current situation was too bizarre. They didn't want to push him too far. Any grudges or hatred would be settled on the battlefield, and Lu Buledin's assassination, like actions, would only earn them the contempt of true martial artists. What is it? What is it? What is it all about? Lu Buledin roared to the sky, his bitterness turning into a mournful cry. The golden flames emanating from his body flickered erratically, and his eyes filled with tears. He finally understood where his roots were, where his home was. He was not homeless, but he could not go back. He could not go back. Zilong, why do this? This man is a great scourge. He almost killed Zishuan when he attacked him. Even if we don't kill him, we must take him down first. Han Kaiang shouted at Zhao Yun. No, I think there are other reasons for this matter, it's not that simple. Zhao Yun shook his head and said, Lord Wen, even if you are angry, you have to have a reason. The strategist has treated you kindly, yet you have acted in this way. If you don't give a reason today, then we can only take you to the strategist to apologize. As he spoke, Zhao Yun placed his left hand on the heaven-slaying sword, and an incomparably sharp aura emanated directly from his body. Treat me kindly, treat me kindly. Lu Buladin's face was bitter, showing the sorrow of being at the end of his rope. Then he slowly came back to his senses, glanced at the three people in front of him, and said, What explanation do you want? If you want to take me to see him, then let's see if you have the ability. Bring it on.
On the other side, Zhang Liu and Su Chu fought one after the other. To be honest, it wasn't that Zhang Liu couldn't defeat Su Chu. Even if Su Chu was completely unharmed, Zhang Liu could still fight him to a standstill.
Moreover, Su Chu was seriously injured by Lu Buladin and was unable to chase after Zhang Liao. The current situation was entirely due to Zhang Liao's unwillingness to fight the seriously injured Su Chu. He still didn't understand what was going on and how things had suddenly turned out this way. However, with Lu Buladin's roar, his mournful cries, and his frenzied attacks, along with those fragmented words, Zhang Liao managed to piece together the whole story. But it was only through piecing it together that Zhang Liao understood what was wrong with Lu Buladin. So, Feng Xian wanted to go back to Bingzhou. Yes, that's where our roots are, our home. Now we're just wanderers. No wonder Feng Xian acted so strangely this time. So that's why. Zhang Liao smiled bitterly. He wasn't stupid, and having personally witnessed the whole thing, and being particularly familiar with Lu Buladin, he quickly understood the cause and effect. But now is not the time to think about these things. Lu Bei's army will definitely arrive soon. The distance is too close. If we don't leave now, we will definitely be surrounded by the main force. Given Feng Xian's previous behavior, it wouldn't be a problem for Chen Zishuan to order his killing. Zhang Liao smiled bitterly to himself. If we don't retreat now, we definitely won't be able to retreat at all. We're doomed. Let me think. Feng Xian's biggest obsession right now is definitely killing Chen Zishuan, who deceived him. But in reality, Chen Zishuan didn't do anything wrong. It's just that Feng Xian has developed an obsession, even a kind of inner demon, because of the Bingzhou incident. No wonder Feng Xian broke through before, but his strength dropped back after Chen Shiyi spoke. Zhang Liao's mind raced. If they didn't persuade Lu Buladin now, they would both be doomed here today, and they would be courting death. Feng Xian, Bingzhou has been occupied by Yuan Shao. Even if the people of Bingzhou still remember you, do you dare to go back? Zhang Liao suddenly realized something and shouted in a moment of inspiration. How dare you? Lu Buladin roared at Zhang Liao, his tiger-like eyes wide with rage as he knocked back Wang Yu, Zhao Yun, and Han Kaiang with a single halberd strike. If even the feudal lords are not afraid, what are you afraid of? Zhang Liao roared. Go and ask the people of Bingzhou if they still remember you. Upon hearing this, Lu Buledin abruptly stopped wielding his halberd. It was the first time someone had spoken so bluntly to him. "I'll go ask." "Yes." Lu Buledin's expression suddenly calmed down, and he muttered to himself. Then he looked up in the direction of Zhao Yun and the others, snorted coldly, and whistled. Soon, red hair flew over. Lu Buledin mounted his horse, and Guang Yu and the other two did not stop him, nor were they able to. Although they could suppress Lu Buledin's lost composure, it was difficult to stop him. Moreover, after Zhang Liao's words, Lu Buledin had recovered. Red Hair took a few steps, then Lu Buledin stopped his horse, turned back to look at Zhao Yun and the others, and said, "Tell Chen Zishuan that I misunderstood this time, and I will repay this favor." Chapter 623. The human heart is unpredictable. People always have all sorts of obsessions. Bringing the sons of Bingzhou back to Bingzhou was always Lu Buledin's obsession. However, as one Bingzhou wolf cavalryman after another perished, this shallow obsession became the aspect he least wanted to mention, and also his most vulnerable aspect. However, this vulnerability was shrouded in Lu Buledin's overwhelming strength and thus remained unknown to others. But an obsession is an obsession, and whether or not it is mentioned, it simply exists until one day it is brought to light. On that very day, a letter from Chen Shiyi completely ignited Lu Buledin's deepest obsession, allowing him to see a glimmer of light in the darkness. It was because of this light that a crack appeared in Lu Buledin's hard shell, and through this crack, Zhang Liao saw another side of Lu Buledin. Perhaps at other times, even if Zhang Liao knew the other side, telling Lu Buledin to ask him himself would have no effect and might even have angered Lu Buledin. But on this day, everything was different. Lu Buledin had always held on to hope of returning to Bingzhou, but as that hope grew increasingly faint, he gradually succumbed to despair and self-abandonment. Chen 11's letter rekindled his hope, but the subsequent reply utterly shattered Lu Buledin's spirit. At this moment, Lu Buledin was like a drowning man in distress, but Zhang Liao's words gave him hope again. Perhaps at other times, such words would have been like a passing breeze, but at this moment, they were like a morning bell and evening drum, waking Lu Buledin up. No matter how slim the hope, hope is hope, even if it's just a sliver. At this point, there's no other choice. "When you in, let's go." Lu Buledin gripped his halberd with one hand. Although his armor was tattered, it couldn't conceal his unparalleled aura. As long as his will remained, no one under heaven could defeat him. With a single spear thrust, Zhang Liao blocked Su Chu's attack and retreated. By this time, he could already see the massive army surging towards them. He was relieved that Lu Buledin had finally realized his mistake. Had he been any later, they would have been completely surrounded and utterly defeated. "Let's go." Zhang Liao was overjoyed to see Lu Buledin return to normal. He had returned to Bingzhou many times in his dreams, and perhaps this time he could really go back. Zhao Yun and Guang Yu looked at each other, and they had vaguely grasped something. Lu Buledin was also a pitiful person. "Can't you go back to Bingzhou? It's so close, so simple, yet you can't take that step. How laughable." Guang Yu's face was cold and arrogant, but he understood somewhat. Perhaps one day he would reach that point, and he probably wouldn't go back either. As proud as he was, having failed others' trust, he probably wouldn't look back.
That Zhang Wenyuan is a tough nut to crack. He's not your average fighter. If he hadn't hesitated to attack today, I would have been injured. Su Chu ran over after seeing Lu Bu and Zhang Liao leave, and said with a wry smile.
His breath is long and deep. The most troublesome thing about him is that if you can defeat him quickly, he might wear you down, Zhao Yun sighed. Unfortunately, although he has a lot of internal energy, even if he unleashes it, it doesn't have much destructive power. Zilong, Yun Cheng, Zhongkang, Elder Han, are you alright? At this moment, Chen Shiyi had already led his troops over on horseback. Thank you for your concern, strategist, everyone replied, while Han Kaiang simply disappeared, which could be seen as a way of indicating that he was alright. This Lu Buledin is really troublesome. If he wants to leave, he should leave. Thank you for your help. Chen Shiyi sighed and said. He didn't have any reason to doubt that Lu Buledin wasn't there. He had already seen that monster Lu Buledin. That guy couldn't be kept at all. No, it's because we didn't try our best to stop him. Zhao Yun shook his head and said, although Lu Buledin is brave, he is no match for the three of us when he loses his composure. It's not that we couldn't stop him if we put in the effort. There's no need for that. You did the right thing. We'll settle this score when we meet on the battlefield. Chen Shiyi smiled and didn't seem to care. Zhao Yun was always like that, he would take the blame for anything that was wrong. That's right. Lu Buledin is indeed invincible, but killing him is not impossible. Using one's life to pay for it is a last resort. We have plenty of ways. Xiang Yu's bravery was even greater than Lu Buledin's, but he was still plotted against and killed. Kuo Jia ran over at this moment, saying with a sinister smile. Lu Buledin had really offended him. Guang Yu and Zhao Yun exchanged a glance. Zhao Yun stepped forward and then repeated exactly what Lu Buledin and Zhang Liao had said, without adding any of his own judgment. After hearing this, Chen 11's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and Guo Jia's face also turned almost black. The two looked at each other and both understood. Alas, it's all fate. Guo Jia sighed. Well, let's see what Lu Buledin chooses. If I'm not mistaken, his choice will most likely be in our favor. But let's be prepared, our war with Yuan Shao may be about to officially begin. Chen Shiyi sighed to the heavens. What a mess this is just incredibly unlucky. Well, that's fine too, at least it saves us from wasting time, Kuo Jia said with a sigh. Kuo Jia was quite adept at understanding people's hearts, so he naturally had an estimate of Lu Buledin's choice. As for Chen Gong, if his prediction was correct, Chen Gong would follow Lu Buledin. Even if Lu Buledin would almost certainly say that the next decision was his own business, Chen Gong would still go along with it. But we can't let this matter with Lu Buledin go so easily. He actually used such a ruthless attack on me. Chen Shiyi said with displeasure. If that attack had landed, Chen Shiyi would definitely have turned into a bloody mist. The overall situation is of utmost importance. Kuo Jia spread his hands. I know, so let's deal with it when we meet again. As for now, teaching Tianfeng a lesson will also create an opportunity for Lu Buledin, Chen Shiyi said with a smile. Hopefully, Tianfeng won't be surprised. Just as I thought, that bastard Lu Bulletin wants to kill you, and he even dragged me into it too. Since that's the case, let's make things difficult for him. I think Chen Gongta is a genius and should be able to handle this." Coach Yuan nodded in agreement. There was no other way. A direct attack on Lu Bulletin at this time was not the best strategy. Just as he said, the overall situation was more important. "Let's talk about it later. I never expected Lu Bulletin to have this side to him. Maybe we'll have another chance in the future. Let's wait and see what he really thinks about Bingzhou. If it's a good opportunity, I think we'll get it sooner or later." Chen Shiyi waved his hand, not wanting to talk about what had happened before. He had almost been killed by Lu Bulletin. Death was truly a terrifying thing. Well, ambition is nothing to fear. I was worried that Lord Sun wouldn't be able to control him before, precisely because Lu Bulletin had no bottom line or principles. Well, it's all good that this martial arts gathering has resulted in such a situation. However, I will definitely not attend such a gathering again next time. Kuoji first sighed, then remembered the unfortunate situation before, and decisively said as if he had swallowed a fly. "I won't hold these kinds of gatherings again, they're too dangerous." Chen Shiyi glanced at Guojia, her face also showing lingering fear. Chapter 624 Reclaiming Lost Dignity. Lu Yan chatted with Chen Gong for a while, then went back to rest, citing feeling unwell. Just then, Tian Feng arrived. Although Chen Gong was certain that his side would side with Lu Bei, he didn't want to be impolite since Tian Feng had come in person. "Since Brother Weishu is not feeling well, please rest more. Tian Yuanhao has come again. Although it is inevitable that our two families will unite, I cannot be impolite since he has come in person. Please forgive me, Brother Weishu." Chen Gong said with a smile, without any doubt that Lu Yan was not feeling well. Of course, if Lu Yan hadn't said that he was not feeling well, Chen Gong would have been too lazy to see Tian Feng.
Lu Yan secretly wiped away a cold sweat, then calmly bowed to Chen Gong, saying, "Gongtai, why be so formal? There is no need for us to be misunderstanding each other. In the future, as fellow ministers, I will need your guidance."
Having served as a scholar for a long time, Lu Yan's ability to speak to people in a way that suited them was no joke. Although he had some idea of what was going on, he put on a cheerful face, which made Chen Gong smile. Of course, of course." Chen Gong stroked his beard with a happy expression. "Thank you for your kind words. Since Brother Weishu is not feeling well, I will not bother you any longer." After Chen Gong finished giving his instructions and left, Lu Yan panicked completely. He cursed Chen Shiyi for acting unpredictably while frantically trying to figure out how to slip away. Fortunately, Chen Gong possessed a refined and scholarly demeanor, leaving Lu Yan free to decide his own fate. Furthermore, Chen Gong assumed Lu Bulletin was about to side with Lu Bei and never considered that Lu Yan might have other ideas. Naturally, Lu Yan took advantage of Chen Gong's visit to Tianfeng and secretly left without anyone noticing. When Lu Bulletin and Zhang Liao returned, both were silent. After a long while, Lu Bulletin spoke. "Wen Yuan, do you think Chen Zishuang's schemes are really that amazing? He actually laid out his plans so early, causing me to be thrown into chaos." Zhang Liao smiled wryly. "Those involved are often blinded, while bystanders see things clearly. Now that everything had been sorted out, Zhang Liao saw many things very clearly. Chen 11's initial intention was simply to cultivate a good relationship, or perhaps to casually plot against Liu and increase Dong Zhou's suspicions. Only in this way would Liu have shown a moment of confusion when Lu Buletin inquired about it, before finally realizing what was going on. As for how things turned out, Zhang Liao could only say that it was all a twist of fate. Who could have imagined that Lu Buletin's obsession would be like this? It was precisely because of his obsession that he valued this letter so highly, which led to this outcome. Of course, Zhang Liao couldn't say these things. Zhang Liao still wanted to join Liu Bei's side. A benevolent ruler might not succeed, but if he did, it would be extremely beneficial to his subordinates. No good general or minister wanted to experience the fate of the good bow is put away when the birds are all gone, and the hunting dog is cooked when the cunning rabbit is dead. I've heard people say that Chen Zishuang was prepared for a rainy day. That is probably true, but your attack certainly threw him into disarray, Zhang Liao sighed. But at this point, let us continue. Strategist Chen is right, it is difficult for us to survive caught between Yuan Shao and Liu Bei. I want to go back to Bingzhou, Lu Buletin said, turning to Zhang Liao. War or peace? Zhang Liao asked with a wry smile. He was already considering leaving. If Lu Buletin's answer did not align with his principles, he would return to his camp and then head to Chen 11's camp. Preparing for a rainy day, Chen Zishuan. Lu Buletin reached out and raised his halberd, his heroic face reflected on the gleaming blade. Why must we fight? Since the Central Plains are not suitable for me, I will continue to be the flying general of the northern frontier, the god of war of the northern frontier. I will make the barbarians tremble at the mere mention of my name. I'll leave the Central Plains to Yuan Shao and Liu Bei. I'll be my flying general of the northern frontier, my god of war. I won't participate in the war for the Central Plains, Lu Buletin said arrogantly. The northern frontier, Yuan, is covered in frost and snow. The far north is boundless. Let me, Lu Fengxian, be the first pioneer. I am willing to follow you straight to the underworld. This wish will not change, this heart will not waver, this will be eternal. Zhang Liao stopped his horse and then solemnly said, This is an extremely difficult road, Fengxian, are you sure you want to go on? I will reclaim Yunzong, Shuofeng, Weiyuan, and Dingxiang. Lu Buletin turned to look at Zhang Liao. I will tell the northern Xiongnu and the Xianbei that those are the lands of the Han people. Bingzhou has 9 commanderies, not 5. I will take back all those places. I will tell the Han people that the largest province in the world is not Yizhu. It is Bingzhou in the north. Fight back? What if the people of Bingzhou don't approve? Zhang Liao's words struck at Lu Buletin's weak point. I've heard that Yuan Shao is doing quite well there. Yuan Shao, it's not that I look down on him, but he can't fight his way back. He can only hold his ground. He can hold Taiyuan, Shengdang, Sheng, Zai, and Yanmen, but he can't fight his way back. His goal is the Central Plains, and he can't fight his way back. Lu Buletin said with a sneer. As for the local people, I believe they will approve. All right, I'll do it with you. Zhang Liao reached out and gave Lu Buledin a high five. Just like when we left Bingzhou in glory, remember what you said. We will take back Yunzong, Shuofeng, Weiyuan, Dingxiang, and half of my hometown Yanmen in a glorious manner. The northern Xiongnu and Xianbei were completely unaware that two people on the central plains were now trying to reclaim the Shuofeng, Weiyuan, Yunzong and other places that they had swallowed up. However, even if they knew, they would disregard it. The central plains was in chaos and had no time to spare. Reclaiming what they had lost was far more difficult than defending it. Alright, I think Gongzheng and the others have long wanted to return to Bingzhou. This time, let's fight our way back. At this moment, Lu Buledin completely let go of his obsession. Next is the last question, Feng Xian. This question concerns our future choices. Returning to Bingzhou will inevitably lead to conflict with Yuan Shao. What should we do? Zhang Liao asked Lu Buledin.
Gong Tai will handle these matters. We just need to go back to Bingzhou now, and let them have their fun in the Central Plains. Lu Bu said casually. After putting down the last burden, Lu Bu felt incredibly relaxed, and his previously dull mind became sharp again.
That's settled then. Zhang Liao nodded, sighing inwardly but saying nothing. Bingzhou was no easy place to return to. The question Zhang Liao asked would affect their future choices, but since Lu Buledin had answered in this way, Zhang Liao didn't want to ask any more questions. Perhaps it was a good choice to know nothing and just strive for one's ideals. Yanmen, his hometown, was not under the attack of the Hu people. Zhuyuan, Lu Buledin's hometown, had been completely occupied by the Hu people. This is the reason why Lu Buledin has always been unwilling to return to Bingzhou. He took the Bingzhou wolf cavalry with him, but he let Bingzhou be occupied by foreign tribes and his family members be displaced. Now he has realized that since he was wrong, he should correct it and take back what he lost. It is a disgrace to let the people of Bingzhou fall under the rule of foreign tribes. Only cowards dare not face it. Even if a coward is strong enough to roam the world alone, he is still a coward. Now, Lu Buledin is going to reclaim his lost dignity and prove himself. Chapter 625 The Difficulties of Returning to Bingzhou. Chen Shiyi was quite unhappy after returning to camp. To be honest, he did not have good intentions when he sent the letter to Lu Buledin, but overall he did not intend to harm Lu Buledin. It was just something he did on the side, taking advantage of the situation. That being said, who would remember such a trivial matter done on a whim? Of course, Chen Shiyi also admitted that this matter had a considerable impact on Lu Buledin, but it had nothing to do with him. Lu Buledin became like this entirely because of his own mental flaws, and it had nothing to do with him. What a pity, Zishuan. If you had guessed what Lu Buledin was here for a quarter of an hour earlier, we would have already absorbed him. Kuochya also looked conflicted. He turned back and thought about it carefully. He had missed a great opportunity. If he had just guessed why Lu Buledin was doing this, Lu Buledin would be on their side now, and they would be confident in controlling him. It's easy for you to say that when you're not in the situation, Chen Shiyi said with a smirk. Who could have predicted that such a small thing would lead to this result? It was all a series of unfortunate coincidences, but at least it's not too bad. That's true. If it weren't for Zhang Wenyuan's shout earlier, we would probably be facing Lu Bulletin and Yuan Shao. So it is not bad in that respect, but why am I still not reconciled? Kuoju said with a smirk. The duck that was almost in our hands flew away. Alas! This is truly a tragedy. All right, stop arguing. This is already a good outcome. Without today's incident, we would have had to clash with Lu Bulletin sooner or later. Now we can save some energy. If we were still not satisfied, we would have gone to fight Yuan Shao. That's the real enemy, Chen Shiyi said unhappily. Not only was Guoju unwilling to accept it, but Chen Shiyi was also unwilling. He was so close. If he had realized this a moment earlier, he could have tricked Lu Bulletin into coming here. Then, no matter what method he used, as long as he could get Lu Bulletin to resolve his inner conflict and return to Bingzhou, even if Lu Bulletin discovered he had deceived him, he wouldn't hold it against him anymore. Is this considered taking one's anger out on someone else? Kuoju said with a grin. This is called strategy, understand? Chen Shiyi said with a dark face, attack Tian Feng's camp, create an opportunity for Lu Bulletin, make him get lost, and let's see if he has the guts to return to Bingzhou. He will definitely go back, Zhao Yun interjected. At his level, once he makes up his mind, he won't turn back. Bingzhou is not easy to conquer either, Chen Shiyi said with a smirk. If he really returns to Bingzhou and takes back his hometown, I will forgive and forget about the past. If I meet him, I will pay my respects first. That place is difficult to conquer, Kuoju said, grimacing. That place is nothing like the lowly northern frontier or the Yuyuan region, it's the most fertile land, the Hintao Plain. Countless battles have been fought for that place throughout history, Wu Yuan, Ding Xiang, Yun Zong, Shuo Fang. The reason the Han dynasty always seemed to crumble whenever it weakened was entirely because of the Hintao Plain. This place was comparable to a grain-producing area. The Han dynasty and the Hu people fought countless times for it, vying for it and reaching out to the Hintao Plain whenever they had the chance. It can be said that the strongest forces of the Xiongnu and Xianbei were stationed there. Not easy to fight. To be honest, whether it's us or Yuan Shao, as long as we stabilize the Central Plains, we will definitely go and take that place back. However, Yuan Shao is not interested in taking over that place right now. He has enough food and territory, and there is no need for him to expend his strength to fight against the Hu people. Or perhaps he just doesn't want to expend his strength by launching a northern expedition against the Hu people, which would give us an opportunity to seize the opportunity. Chen Shiyi said with a sneer. To be honest, if Yuan Shao had really gone to attack the Hintao region, Chen Shiyi would have turned around and attacked Yuzhou without hesitation. Moreover, if Yuan Shao went north, Chen Shiyi would have provided him with whatever he needed and would never have touched Yuan Shao's territory. Unfortunately, Yuan Shao stubbornly maintained the Yanmen Pass line and did not go north. He only annihilated the Hu people in that area. The Xiongnu and Xianbei probably understood Yuan Shao's thoughts, so they maintained that line and dared not easily provoke Yuan Shao.
His approach wasn't entirely wrong. After all, for him, containing our development was the best strategy. While the Hu people were merely a minor ailment, Guozhou nodded and said.
Chen Shiyi didn't react to Guozhou's contempt for the Hu people. there were indeed nearly 10 million Hu people on the grasslands, but if a real war broke out, any of the northern warlords would be enough to drive the Hu people into a panic. Even Li Ju and others who were currently in Silai had Hu blood on their hands. Forget it, let's talk about that later. Let's go create opportunities for him to return to Bingzhou now. Once he gets there, how he develops will be up to him, Chen Shiyi said, standing up. Whether it's out of anger, strategy, or necessity, attacking Yuan Shao is a must. Since that's the case, let's give him a ruthless blow. We can't worry about strategies now, or things might change if we delay. Let's just launch a direct attack. We have the advantage in terms of troops and generals. If we lose the first strike, we might as well give up. Kuo Jia said calmly. With the matter of Lu Bulletin settled, Yuan Shao was the real enemy. Yes, a direct, forceful attack will prevent any unforeseen complications, Chen Shiyi said with a sneer. Where is Guang Yu? Your subordinate is here. Guang Yu immediately stood up and said. Lead 2,000 cavalry and 3,000 infantry, wait for Tianfeng's main camp to break through the opening, and rush straight for the commander's flag. Cut it down. Chen Shiyi stood up and ordered. Yes. Guang Yu replied. Where is Zhao Yun? Your subordinate is here, Zhao Yun said calmly. Lead the White Horse cavalry to circle around the camp and fire, cutting off reinforcements from the enemy's left and right battalions, and guarding against any sneak attacks. Chen Shiyi handed over another sword order. Yes, Zhao Yun replied. Su Chu, you lead the Tiger Guard soldiers and use large iron spikes to smash the camp's defenses. Chen Shiyi ordered. Yes, Su Chu replied, standing up. Chen Qi, you will lead the infantry in a frontal assault. Each wave doesn't need to be particularly powerful, just be like a tidal wave, overwhelming the enemy. Make sure you equip them with crossbows and crossbow cards. Chen Shiyi instructed Chen Qi. Feng Xiao and I will also go with you. Yes. Chen Qi stood up and clasped his hands in greeting. What if we send out such a large force and our retreat is cut off? Kuo Jia said, frowning. After we finish the battle, we'll head straight to Linyi New City. We'll establish our base there. Now that Lu Bulletin is about to leave, we don't need to hide anything anymore. If Yuan Shao is not satisfied, then let him come and take it. Linyi is a bridgehead, and attacking from there will stabilize our rear. Chen Shiyi said with a sneer. That will do. Getting here openly and honestly will be faster. As for Yanzhou, it seems that Yuan Shao and I won't be able to rest this winter. Kuo Jia nodded, then sighed as he thought of the mess left behind by Lu Bulletin. The ownership of Yan province still needs to be fought for. Even if Lu Bulletin says he is giving it to Lu Bei, he still has to fight. Yuan Shao's Ping province and Yan province are completely adjacent. In this case, even if Lu Bei legally takes over, he can only get half of it at most. Chapter 626 The Heart of the Northern Expedition. Not to mention that Chen Shiyi and Guo Jia made a decisive decision to drive Tianfeng and his men out of Yanzhou and gain the upper hand in seizing Yanzhou. Just look at the negotiations between Chen Gong and Tianfeng. Tianfeng revealed all his secrets, but Chen Gong just laughed it off. It was obvious that he could not shake Chen Gong's determination. After Tianfeng left with a bitter expression, Lu Buledin and Zhang Liao returned. Meanwhile, Chen Shiyi and Guo Jie had already mustered their troops and set off to attack Tianfeng's stronghold. You mean we're going back to Bingzhou? Chen Gong felt like his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. What was going on? How did things suddenly turn out like this? I will fight my way back to Weiyuan, Yunzong, Dingxiang, and Shuofang. I will reclaim the lost lands of Bingzhou, Lu Buledin said resolutely. Stop! Chen Gong interrupted Lu Buledin's attempt to deceive him, and turned to Zhang Liao. When you end, you tell me. I want to see what Lu Bei's side is thinking. Our best option is to surrender to them. If they're making such a big show of force, it would be strange if they didn't want to subdue us. Why would they turn back to Bingzhou? Zhang Liao recounted the whole incident. Although Lu Buledin grumbled and expressed his dissatisfaction, he did not stop Zhang Liao. Chen Gong smiled wryly. This was truly a series of twists and turns. In his view, Chen Shiyi was indeed very sincere, but Lu Buledin's obsession was too deep, ruining Chen 11's words. However, Chen Gong was curious about what Lu Buledin was thinking, that he could actually say such a thing. Even Zhang Liao was moved by it. Feng Xian, the lost lands of Bingzhou are mostly in the Hintao Plain. They are very difficult to conquer. Are you sure you want to take them back? Moreover, we can get support from Lu Bei in those places, and we are in Yuan Shao's rear, which could lead to a dangerous situation. Chen Gong said tentatively, but after mentioning the danger, he paused and looked at Lu Buledin with some surprise.
If we don't have support, we'll plunder the Hu people. That's what I did many years ago when I was in Weiyuan. As long as we're strong enough, we can seize a fertile piece of land, enough for us to survive. Once we've amassed enough strength, we'll march north to attack the Hu. It will be in accordance with both national righteousness and my own morality. Lu Bu said firmly.
Who told you about this plan? Chen Gong asked, frowning. It was essentially the same as the solution he had previously come up with. As for how to achieve the first step, the Hu people's submission to the strong was in their nature. As long as they weren't racial madmen like Gong Sunzan, a good beating would definitely make them submit. No one told me this. When I realized I needed to return to Bingzhou, this thought arose in my mind, and I had a gut feeling. I had to go back to Bingzhou, whether to correct my mistakes or for something else. My intuition told me this was my last chance, Lu Buledin said, his eyes misty. But as soon as he said last chance, his eyes instantly regained their resolve. Lu Buledin's obsession with Bingzhou ran very deep. Zhang Liao's words gave him hope of returning to Bingzhou, and with that came a mental and spiritual return. As the saying goes, enlightenment comes from within, and Lu Buledin was in that state. Only Lu Buledin himself understood the intricacies of this process. As the first person to break through the spirit among the three paths of essence, energy, and spirit, Lu Buledin had a vague and inexplicable feeling about his future. The moment Zhang Liao spoke, Lu Buledin had a fleeting feeling that if he didn't leave now, he would never have to leave again. Coupled with his lingering attachment to Bingzhou, Lu Buledin chose to return to Bingzhou without much hesitation. Upon returning to Bingzhou, Lu Buledin clearly felt a sense of relief and then had an epiphany. He immediately used the 5 counties of Bingzhou to restrain himself. Unlike Xiang Yu, who broke through the essence and chi paths to gain unparalleled strength. The breakthrough of God does not lead to a leap in strength, but it allows one to have a clearer grasp of what one needs, understand what one truly wants to do, and dispel the confusion in one's heart. In other words, Lu Buledin of Bingzhou did indeed want to go back. As for reclaiming Weiyuan and other places, it was only because Lu Buledin felt the threat of death had faded and wanted to avoid the constraints left behind by his southward gaze. Chen Gong twitched his lips. He had never thought that Lu Buledin was so smart, but he didn't pursue it too much. Since Lu Buledin wanted to go back to Bingzhou, then let him go. This might not be a bad move. Since that's the case, let's withdraw from Yanzhou and head to Weiyuan in Bingzhou with supplies and baggage. Feng Xian, are you willing? Chen Gong asked Lu Buledin. Abandon Yanzhou, Lu Buledin said with heartache, but take all the grain and supplies with you, leave them nothing. All right, leave the rest to me. Chen Gong nodded and said. His mental talent was already in full on mode, consuming a large amount of accumulated energy every day, but he had to activate his mental talent in order to do well. Is Brother Weishuo here? Chen Gong asked from outside Lu Yan's tent. Reporting to the strategist, Mr. Lu has already left, a guard said, bowing to Chen Gong and handing him a letter. Chen Gong was slightly taken aback. After opening the envelope and reading it, he smiled bitterly. Lu Yan had run away, but he was still pretending to be innocent. Forget it, I'll visit Chen Zishuan and the others in person tomorrow. There are some things that must be done through Lu Bei. This is the only way to ensure we have no worries about the future. Chen Gong sighed and decisively shut down his mental talent. Continuing to use it would only lead to more waste. Chen Gong sent someone to deliver a letter of inquiry to Chen 11's stronghold, but by the time it arrived, the stronghold was already deserted. The army had already gone to attack Tianfeng's stronghold, not seeking a surprise attack, but rather a violent assault. Of course, Chen Gong was unaware of all this. After sending a message, he began to assign tasks to his soldiers, then sent a message to Cheng Lian, who was stationed in Puiyang, to retreat and prepare to meet up in the north. After that, he began to issue orders to officials in various counties and prefectures to see if anyone could go to Bingzhou with him. Chen Gong didn't hold out much hope for these letters. After all, most of the officials in Yanzhou were from local powerful families, and it was highly unlikely that they would follow Lu Buledin to Bingzhou. Chen Gong wrote these letters simply to do his best, hoping that someone might go with him. Who knew? Besides these matters, Chen Gong began to carefully analyze the situation in the Hintao region. There was no other way. There were an unusually large number of Hu people in that area. If they didn't make plans early, the slogan of conquering the Hu people in the north and reclaiming lost territory might become a joke. They couldn't possibly win by directly confronting the Xiongnu, Xianbei, and Qianghu in the Hintao region, which was considered a disaster. Alas, the matter of the Central Plains can be settled now. Feng Xian made a good move, but fortune and misfortune are unpredictable. This Hintao region is truly difficult to deal with. Chen Gong carefully analyzed the situation in Hintao using his mental talent, and could only sigh in the end. No wonder no one attacked it, it's a trap. Chapter 627 Legion Talents, military formations, and military spirit. After the army set off, Chen Shiyi decisively activated his mental talent and used the ability attached to his mental talent to resonate with all the soldiers. Then, sitting on the chariot, Chen Shiyi held a folding fan and waved it in the air, and a white light directly covered the entire army. After Chen Shiyi activated his artificial legion talent, the morale of the entire army soared, and their belief in victory also strengthened considerably. This is. Zhao Yun looked at the white light covering his blue legion talent, and then a belief in certain victory emerged. Legion talent? Guang Yu looked back in Chen 11's direction and couldn't help but feel shocked. Zi Chuan is indeed amazing. He has covered all the soldiers. Such a wide range of legion talent. I was really looking down on things before. The strategist actually possesses such power. Su Chu said with a smirk. As someone who had left his body to cultivate internal energy, he suddenly felt a little ashamed. Then he thought of Hua Xiong, who was even more unlucky than himself. He was clearly an excellent commander of cavalry and could train them, but he didn't have any talent for leading an army. However, as someone who possesses a flawed version of the Xianxiang ultimate military formation, legion talents, and military spirit, yet believes he has nothing due to a fatal flaw in his intelligence, Hua Xiong is indeed a tragedy. Kuo Jia stared in shock at this scene. You actually have a legion talent? Is there any justice in this world? Chen Shiyi glanced at Guo Jia sideways. TCH, you think I'm a mediocre commander? My legion's talent is definitely among the top 5 in the world. Don't underestimate me. Lord Sun didn't send me here just to be a bystander. I'm the commander-in-chief. A great general needs to have some real skills under his command. This isn't even practical information anymore, it's completely illogical. Kuo Jia was clearly exasperated. Wasn't it agreed that you wouldn't have legion talent without internal energy leaving the body? You have internal energy leaving the body. Of course not. But who said that having internal energy leaving the body means having legion talent? Are you stupid? I haven't seen Zhong Kong with legion talent. Chen Shiyi said with a smirk, if my legion talent is at its limit, it can cover 3 万 to 5 万 people. How about that? Pretty impressive, right? Kuo Jia took a deep breath. After calming himself down, he said, what I mean is, how did you come to possess the legion talent? Shouldn't the prerequisite for this be the release of internal energy from the body, and another implicit condition be command ability? You don't meet either of those conditions, do you?
Alright, enough joking. This is indeed a legion talent, and is definitely my legion talent. As for how it happened, I can only say it was an accident. I learned it from Zhou Gongjing. That guy is truly a genius. Chen Xi said with emotion. It's worth noting that Zhou Yu didn't know Chen Xi had learned his method in a single exchange. Otherwise, he would definitely have cursed him out.
This can be learned. Tell me about it, and let's see if I can learn it. Kuo Jia's interest was piqued. This was a legion talent, having one would be incredibly awesome. Chen Shiyi sat on the chariot. He looked Guo Jia up and down carefully, and finally sighed and said, unfortunately, it seems you don't have the aptitude. As far as I can tell, the only ones in this world with this aptitude are me, Zhou Gongjin, and CAI Zayaji. But if CAI Zayaji doesn't count, then it's just the two of us. What a joke. I don't believe you even if you tell me, Kuoju said unhappily. He had only met Cai Yan a few times, and he had never met Zhou Yu. He had always thought himself to be exceptionally talented, so how could he admit that he was inferior to others? Let me explain the principle to you. You see, the so-called Legion talent is actually the unity of the will of the soldiers under the command and the will of the commander. This is why after the basic training is over, the soldiers still need to undergo a new period of integration under the command of the general. The more mature the team, the easier it is for them to unite with the commander, the easier it is to unleash the Legion talent, and the better the effect will be. Chen Shiyi began to explain in a long-winded manner. Although Guo Jue and Chen Qi also knew these words, only Chen Shiyi explained them so clearly. The rest is simple. After the cloud energy is connected, the commander's will is injected into the cloud energy, and then his will is used to infect the soldiers under his command, forming a community of will. This will produce different effects under the influence of the cloud energy, which is the essence of the Legion's talent. Chen Shiyi explained all his conjectures and verified information. That makes sense. I understand how you acquired the Legion talent now, Kuoju said, stroking his chin. Speaking of Legion talents, we have to talk about military formations. Once you understand the composition of Legion talents, you'll roughly know what elite troops are all about. Similarly, you probably have a guess about what military formations are all about. Chen Shiyi said with a smile, so, I estimate that only the three of us in the world can achieve my Legion talents. It would be very difficult for others to do so. Indeed, you all have ways to make the spirit and will of others resonate with your own, while others cannot do it. The way of the zither, unfortunately I am not proficient, but even if I were, I probably couldn't do it. Cai Yan's zither skills are terrifying. Kuoju sighed and said. So this is the essence of military formations. Chen Qi said with a wry smile. The so-called changes in military formations are actually changes in the cloud formations, making the cloud formations produce the desired effects. Elite troops have certain effects on the cloud formations due to certain training, while the reason why some generals cannot possess the talent of the Legion is that their command is not enough to achieve that level of change. So it turns out that it is so simple. That's it. It's all very simple. Who knows, after a while I might even develop a 1 Yuan 2 Yin 3 talents 4 symbols 5 elements 6 lines 7 stars 8 trigrams 9 heavens 10 earths extinction array or something like that, Chen Shiyi said with a shrug. Kuoju burst out laughing, then waved his hand and said, don't even think about it, it's impossible. It sounds simple, but there are probably fewer than 5 people who can actually do it. A Xianxiang level military formation meets all the requirements, but unfortunately, the requirements for the commander are too high. And Zishuan, it probably won't be easy for you to create a large formation. The experiments required will definitely not be a year or two. I forgot to mention, there's a method called scientific analysis. I'll ask Zilong for help sometime, and I'll create a military formation for the White Horse Cavalry. The cavalry perfectly fits my concept. With such high speed, if they also have super high attack power, wow, they'd be absolutely strong, Chen Shiyi said confidently. In fact, both Guo Jue and Chen Shiyi avoided an important issue, namely the spirit of the army, but they both already had their own guesses. If the Legion's talent is a combination of will and cloud energy, the military formation is a change in cloud energy, and the profound realm is the ultimate change in cloud energy, then Guo Jue and Chen Shiyi both vaguely have a guess that the military soul is probably the ultimate change in will. Only in this way can we explain why a team with a strong military spirit has a considerable degree of immunity from death. Chapter 628 Yan Liang and Wang Yu. Many things are easier said than done. Chen Shiyi knew very well that the military spirit was the ultimate change of will, and he also knew that the 8 trigrams formation was probably the ultimate change of cloud energy. But Chen Shiyi knew even more that even if he knew what to do, he had no way to change and push it to its ultimate limit. This is Chen 11's most helpless situation. Relying on a lot of knowledge from later generations, Chen Shiyi was able to summarize many mysterious things using scientific methods. After all, those mysterious things are things that can be repeatedly verified, so science can still analyze them. Being able to summarize doesn't mean being able to do it. Knowing is easy, doing is hard. Chen Shiyi finally understood what that meant. However, there would be no results if he didn't do it. So Chen Shiyi decided to create a military formation, a single, attribute military formation, a military formation that purely enhances attack. In short, it was an extreme change of cloud energy. Just as Chen Shiyi led his army across the river, Yan Liang learned of the news. Tian Feng had instructed Yan Liang to guard the camp carefully and pay close attention to Lu Buletin's main camp. Yan Liang indeed guarded the camp carefully and did not reinforce the 2 garrisons along the river. As a result, Chen Shiyi used archers as cover while Su Chu led his infantry to rush over and overrun them. Humph, they really came. Pass on my orders, Zhu Heng, Zhou Eng, Zhang Gu, and Wang Mo. You lead your troops to guard the 4 sides of the main camp. Zhu Ling and Di Yong, follow me into battle. Yan Liang immediately gave the orders after the scouts brought back a new battle report. Yes. Zhu Heng, Zhou Eng, and the other 3 replied with clasped hands. Then they were led out, each leading their own troops to guard the 4 sides of the main camp. Zhang Qi, you will be in charge of the main camp. Lu Xian and Lu Yu, each of you will lead your troops as backup, Yan Liang continued, issuing orders. Very well, Zhang Qi said after a moment's thought. But please be careful, General, and don't let the enemy seize any opportunity. I've heard of the bravery of Zhao Yun and Guang Yu. All right, I know. I'm not some monster like Lu Buletin, I can take on multiple opponents at once. Guang Yu is brave, but he's about the same as me. As for Zhao Zilong, he might not be that strong. Yan Liang waved his hand and said. This was the arrangement Tian Feng had made when he left in a hurry. General Yan, I also want to go to the battlefield and see for myself. Yuan Tian spoke up at this moment. It was his first time going out to fight. Although Yuan Shao had told him countless times to listen to Tian Feng's command, Tian Feng was not here now, and Yuan Tian thought he had seized a good opportunity. Well, young master, the situation isn't very good. You should remain in the central command tent. Your presence here will greatly boost our morale. but when it comes to battle, there's a saying, even a son of 1,000 pieces of gold shouldn't sit under a dangerous roof. Zhang Qi felt uneasy when he heard Yuan Tan say he was worried. The entire army combined wasn't as important as Yuan Tan alone. Young master, you must not go. This battle is very dangerous. The scouts said that Liu Bei's army has come out in full force. My only purpose in leading the troops to challenge them is to dampen Guan Yu's spirit and boost our morale for better defense later. I can't bring too many men, it's too dangerous. Yan Luoyang immediately rejected the idea. Unlike Zhang Qi, who tried to persuade him, Yan Luoyang directly and firmly rejected the idea. Yuan Tan was immediately frightened by Yan Luoyang's tone. Unlike Zhang Qi, Yan Luoyang was Yuan Shao's beloved general, and he was a loyal minister who was truly willing to die for Yuan Shao. If he could say such a thing, the current situation was definitely not good. Very well, I will take charge of the Central Command tent and await General Yan's triumphant return. Yuan Tan bowed deeply to Yan Luoyang. Before he began vying for the throne with Yuan Shang, Yuan Tan was not yet stupid. At least he knew when to advance and when to retreat, and he did not feel dissatisfied because of the disrespect in Yan Luoyang's words. Don't worry, young master. Yan Luoyang clasped his hands and stood up. Don't worry, we won't be defeated. Junyi hasn't gone far. After the strategist left, I ordered someone to inform Zhang He to lead his troops to reinforce us. Our army only needs to hold out for an hour. That's good, that's good. Yuan Tan nodded repeatedly. Winning is a good thing, which is the mindset of all commanders, and he was no exception. As Chen Shiyi led his army slowly forward, Yan Luoyang had already led 2,000 swordsmen and archers to form ranks outside the camp. Seeing Guan Yu leading his cavalry ahead, he immediately rode forward and said, Guan Yuncheng, what brings you here? Why are you invading my Hebei territory?
This is the land of the Han dynasty, and my lord Liu Bei is a member of the Han imperial family. What is wrong with us walking on Han territory? But your lord Yuan Shao, a mere governor of Ji province, what right do you have to send troops to Yan province? Guan Yu immediately questioned.
Chen Shiyi had already prepared how to respond to these arguments and moral arguments. Although the identity of being a member of the Han imperial family did not bring any substantial benefits, it gave him enough confidence and a strong moral foundation. Yan Luoyang was visibly taken aback, then flew into a rage. Guan Yu, don't rely on words. If you're so capable, let's have a real fight and see which blade is sharper or more powerful. With that, Yan Luoyang drew his long, handled broadsword, and a fierce aura of blood rushed toward Guan Yu. I don't have time for your nonsense. Soldiers, listen to my command. Charge! Guan Yu roared. Guan Yu's cavalry, under the command of Zhang Gong and others, split up and attacked from both sides. Guan Yu, leading his swordsmen, stood in front of the army, let out a roar, and a burst of blue light suddenly erupted from his body, enveloping Chen Kai's 7,000 or 8,000 soldiers. Then he led his swordsmen to charge towards Yan Luoyang, creating a good opportunity for Chen Qi. Kill! Chen Qi quickly relayed the order using flags, and the entire army, arranged in rows of fish-scale formations, charged towards Tianfeng's central camp. The moment Chen Qi gave the order, Chen 11's army charged directly towards the left and right flanks of Tian Feng's main camp. He had said before that the attack was a full-scale assault, and that one-on-one duels were a waste of time. They would directly crush Yuan Shao's army head-on. Clang. Yanliang was very puzzled as to why Chen 11's side didn't engage in verbal battles or one-on-one duels, but instead launched a full-scale attack right from the start. With a single slash, he deflected an oncoming crossbow bolt, and Yanliang led his personal guards to directly collide with Guan Yu. Retreating without a fight was not in his nature, and he had long wanted to test his skills against Guan Yu to see whose blade was more powerful. Guan Yu, today I'll show you the culmination of my years of hard training. Yanliang swung his broadsword, a crimson aura enveloping his weapon as he slashed fiercely at Guan Yu. After countless practice sessions with his spear, Yanliang could finally unleash the concentrated, unyielding power of his broadsword. With a loud thud, Guan Yu and Yanliang both staggered back several steps. Guan Yu's body shone with a clear light, and a blue dragon appeared directly behind him, its gaze sweeping over him with a majestic and aloof air. Yanliang shuddered, and a blood dragon emerged from behind him, domineering and powerful. Chapter 629 The Power of the Mind. Come on, kill you and seize your power, then I'll be confident I can fight Lu Buletin. Yanliang laughed loudly. I am now capable of fighting Lu Buletin. Guan Yu said with a cold smile. You've lost, haven't you? Yanliang said with a sneer, bringing his great Xia dragon sparrow blade down towards Guan Yu's head. At least I dare to fight, but you don't. Guan Yu blocked Yanliang's fierce attack with a single slash, and then swung his green dragon crescent blade at Yanliang with overwhelming power. I know my own limitations. Even with your arrogance, you are not invincible. A wisp of azure inner energy emerged from Yanliang's horse, merging with Yanliang's crimson inner energy, the azure and crimson glow burning continuously. Similarly, Guan Yu's fiery red inner energy ignited on his curly-haired red hair, constantly merging with Guan Yu's azure inner energy. Both were a mix of red and azure, their strength continuously rising, to the point that even the clouds could not completely suppress their inner energy. Enough with the nonsense, let's settle this today. Guan Yu's eyes widened slightly, a cold glint flashing in them. He hated people who were like him, and Yanliang, that bastard, was actually the opposite of him in everything, yet he managed to achieve almost the same effect in a fight. Come on! Yanliang roared, wielding his broadsword horizontally and slashing at Guan Yu. His inner energy condensed on the blade and remained hidden, while all his inner energy was also compressed into his body, violently slashing at Guan Yu. Guan Yu glanced at Yanliang with cold arrogance, a clear light emanating from his body, unlike Yanliang's retracted internal energy. It was Guan Yu's imposing aura, a tangible aura. Bang! Yanliang and Guan Yu clashed. Both knew the other was a formidable opponent, and immediately unleashed their full power without reservation. Guan Yu's all-out attack was unable to be unleashed in this situation, while Yanliang's concentrated and superhuman combat power was also unable to be deployed. The two clashed directly based on their raw strength. Yanliang has actually reached this level. Can extreme arduous training produce such an effect? Guan Yu broke through Yan Liang's sword momentum with a single strike, and at the same time, Yan Liang also broke through the accumulated power of Guan Yu. Guan Yu was surprised by this. As expected, Guan Yu really is just as good as me. No, this absolutely cannot be. My lord gave me his prized horse and his finest sword. How can I travel with Guan Yu? I can become even stronger. Yan Liang roared inwardly, his sword strikes becoming 3 times more ferocious, while Guan Yu's imposing aura also rose 3 times. After a fierce battle, the two retreated from the center of the battlefield, greatly reducing the effect of the cloud's suppression. The two then fought each other to the death without holding back. I believe in myself. I can do it. Yan Liang's strikes grew heavier with each blow, his inner strength accumulating with each strike, his mental power nearing perfection. The great Xia Dragon Sparrow Blade and Guan Yu's Green Dragon Crescent Blade clashed violently. I am who I am, and I can slay anyone with my blade. Guan Yu's imposing aura grew stronger and stronger, his mental strength constantly surpassing its limits. The Green Dragon Crescent Blade in his hand shimmered with a clear light, a testament to his perfect mental power. He wielded his power, unleashing nearly 12 times his original strength. Clang! Guan Yu and Yan Liang clashed. They turned their horses around, their auras flowing into their blades. Their mental strength was almost perfect, and every bit of power they possessed could be unleashed to their usual extreme. Azure Dragon Crescent Slash. Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Slash. Guan Yu and Yan Liang unleashed their peak power almost simultaneously. Unlike others who were unable to unleash their strength due to mental weakness, the two were now nearly at the peak of their mental state and each had their own beliefs. This strike carried an overwhelming force. With a deafening roar, a crisscrossing mark appeared where Guan Yu and Yan Liang stood, stretching for hundreds of meters, and both Guan Yu and Yan Liang's auras were suspended in mid-air. It really is red hair. After the dust settled, Yan Liang stood in the void on his green horse, his cold gaze sweeping over Guan Yu. Guan Yu shouldn't have been able to dodge that attack. Yuan Benchu's green steed. Guan Yu, riding his curly-haired red hair, also stood in the void, looking at Yan Liang without fear. Yan Liang shouldn't have dodged that attack either. But it's enough to keep you occupied. Without you as the commander, let's see how we take down my stronghold. Yan Liang held the great Xia Dragon Sparrow Blade upside down and stared in Guan Yu's direction.
Humph! How could I make such a mistake? But without you and without a commander, I'd like to see how you defend the stronghold. Guan Yu gripped his green dragon crescent blade horizontally, taunting Yan Liang with his words.
Guan Yu had already figured it out. Although the opponent's internal energy was not as good as his physical body was slightly stronger. Most importantly, Yan Liang's mind was almost perfect. He could definitely unleash 12 times the power of his full strength. Moreover, because his mind was almost perfect, Yan Liang's performance was completely consistent. He could definitely unleash 12 times the power of his full strength. Similarly, Yan Liang had no good way to deal with Guan Yu now. The two were basically equal in terms of physical strength, representing essence, and internal energy, representing qi, so it came down to who performed better. As a result, both of them were almost at the peak of their mental state. Yan Liang had always thought that his near-perfect mental state, which allowed him to unleash 120% of his full strength, was terrifying enough, only slightly weaker than the monster Lu Bulatin. But when he faced Guang Yu, he realized that he had underestimated the heroes of the world. Of course, Yan Liang didn't know that after Lu Bulatin broke through to the god level, 1/10 of his strength could exert 2/10 of its effect. In addition, he had the same level of internal energy as Guang Yu, but with a stronger body than Yan Liang, he was able to cultivate an even greater amount of internal energy. 1 against 3 was no longer enough to stop Lu Bulatin. That being said, Dian Wei's cultivation method was actually the most correct. He first forged a body comparable to a ghost or god, and then used this powerful body to contain an enormous amount of internal energy. However, Dian Wei hadn't even perfected forging a body comparable to a ghost or god before his internal energy was already insufficient, and this was all thanks to his extraordinary talent. Hold Guang Yu back, and Zhang Qi will take care of the rest. I'm good at charging into battle, but when it comes to commanding troops, I'll leave it to someone else. Zhang Qi, don't let Zhu Gong down. Yan Liang thought for a moment, then decisively pulled his green horse towards Guang Yu. He wasn't good at commanding troops, but he was very good at fighting. That as Yan Liang, Zhao Yun, who was several miles away, glanced back at the place where Guang Yu and Yan Liang were fighting and decisively gave up his help. Guang Yu's battlefield would not allow anyone else to interfere. After Lu Bulatin's breakthrough, Zhao Yun clearly understood what he lacked. His mental state had been greatly disturbed. Even though Zhao Yun's internal energy had essentially surpassed the limit of internal energy leaving the body, due to fluctuations in his mind, he couldn't unleash 150% of his full strength like Lu Bulatin. To be precise, he was lucky to be able to unleash 90% of his full strength. Normally, he could only manage 70%. Chapter 630 Zhao Yun's Troubles. Because he can only unleash 70% of his full strength, Zhao Yun doesn't seem particularly strong under normal circumstances. This is also why he can easily handle any critical situation. After all, once in danger, Zhao Yun's instinct would be to stabilize his mind as much as possible. He didn't need to perform exceptionally well, as long as he could unleash 90% of his strength. Zhao Yun could easily overpower most of the generals in the world. Basically, if Zhao Yun could consistently unleash 120% of his combat power like Guang Yu, he wouldn't have any problem even facing Lu Bulatin, who has now broken through the divine realm, 1-on-1. After 7 times of retraining his internal energy separation, through continuous accumulation, the essence of his internal energy has begun to surpass the level of internal energy separation. Of course, all of this was wishful thinking. Zhao Yun never felt any real danger. Even when fighting Lu Bulatin, Zhao Yun said he could escape unscathed. Zhao Yun felt no danger. Even when he encountered Lu Bulatin before, Zhao Yun was never at full strength. 90% of his fighting power was enough for him to escape unscathed. No one could hurt him. There has never been a scene in the world where Zhao Yun was forced to exceed his limits in combat. If you can't beat him, just run away. Even if Lu Bulatin chases and attacks, you can fight while running. Lu Bulatin wouldn't be so undignified as to engage in a long, distance pursuit. As for the others, they really weren't qualified to chase and kill Zhao Yun, unlike Lu Buledin, Guang Yu, and Zhang Fei, who had experienced many life and death battles when they were very young. When Zhao Yun emerged from seclusion, his internal energy had already left his body. By the time he reached Hulao Pass, he had completed 5 major training sessions. There was truly no one in the world who could make him feel that he would die if he didn't fight to the death. Furthermore, Zhao Yun was Tong Yuan's last disciple. Tong Yuan taught him almost everything he knew, and Zhao Yun's aptitude for martial arts was nearly perfect. He could learn any move after just one try. Thus, Zhao Yun's martial arts progressed smoothly, and even before he had fought against the heroes of the world, he was already one of the top masters in the land. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages. Zhao Yun's life has been too smooth. When a person cannot feel the malice of the world or sense the danger, how can he possibly tap into his potential? Moreover, Zhao Yun's strength is constantly improving. Even without tapping into his potential, he is capable of defeating most masters. Why would he waste time doing something so meaningless? Zhao Yun already knew his situation after Lu Buledin's breakthrough. It was obvious that Lu Buledin's physical attributes and internal energy hadn't improved, but his strength had increased dramatically. If Zhao Yun, with his maxed out martial arts comprehension, still didn't understand this, then he wouldn't be qualified to learn all the forbidden techniques and secret arts after just one glance. Similarly, with Zhao Yun's wisdom, he understood how to unleash his potential, push himself into a desperate situation, and then engage in a thrilling battle to the death. If he survived, he would basically be on par with Lu Buledin.
The problem is that Zhao Yun couldn't figure out how to put himself in a desperate situation and fight Lu Bu one-on-one. If he couldn't win, he could just run away, but why wouldn't he? That's impossible.
To break through a desperate situation, there must be absolutely no way out. Only with unwavering focus can one unleash their potential. Zhao Yun had countless opportunities to survive against Lu Buledin, so he never worried about being killed in a one-on-one duel. To be precise, he would never be injured after a duel, regardless of victory or defeat. That was Zhao Yun's confidence, but it was completely useless. As for finding 3 people with internal energy detached from their bodies, like Lu Buledin taking on 3 at once, even if they can't win, they can still run away, even if they're cornered. Zhao Yun can only say that even Lu Buledin is no match for him in terms of speed. He's too fast, so fast that if he wants to retreat, a single general absolutely cannot stop him. As for charging the local army formation, Zhao Yun decisively gave up. As the commander of an army, if he charged, his personal guards would definitely follow, and then the main army would follow, which would be ineffective. While Zhao Yun was distracted, he continued firing. The White Horse Cavalry followed Zhao Yun's lead with a powerful swing, unleashing a barrage of arrows that pushed back all the enemy troops from the left battalion who were trying to rush to their aid. This speed is too fast, which is not a good thing. When my master first taught me to enter the field, he taught me to first establish an invincible position before making any plans. Now that I think about it, if I am already invincible, how can there be any danger? Without danger, how can I surpass my limits? Zhao Yun continued to drift off into thought. He had already considered hundreds of ways to push himself beyond his limits, but upon closer analysis, he realized that none of these methods posed any real danger. There was no danger that could kill him, and without a life or death situation, it was impossible for Zhao Yun to push himself beyond his limits. You have to understand that before Lu Buledin surpassed the ultimate level of God, if Zhao Yun could unleash his full strength, the fight between them would probably be evenly matched. But now that Lu Buledin has surpassed the ultimate level of God and entered a new realm, if Zhao Yun wants to fight Lu Buledin to a standstill, he must have almost perfect mental and physical strength and unleash his full potential. Sigh, it seems there's no good way out. It's because I haven't encountered a life or death battle, or rather, I haven't truly lost, that I can't unleash my full potential. Am I going to lose a battle? Zhao Yun shot and killed a Yuansha army centurion who was trying to retreat with an arrow, looking somewhat depressed. A defeat. Zhao Yun felt extremely dissatisfied just thinking about that. Absolutely not. I'd rather never achieve perfect mental strength in this lifetime than allow myself to lose a single battle. A draw is acceptable, but a defeat is absolutely unacceptable. No, even a draw is not allowed. Only victory is permitted, defeat is not an option. Isn't it because possessing perfect mental power allows one to unleash extraordinary combat strength? I'm not going to struggle with that aspect anymore. I'll just improve my basic strength. Even if I can only unleash 70% of my potential, I refuse to believe that with a high enough basic strength, I can still lose. Zhao Yun silently strengthened his resolve, not out of a desire for victory, but simply because he hated defeat. If we were to limit everyone's strength to only 100%, Zhao Yun would definitely be the strongest fighter, while Lu Buledin would probably only rank 5th or lower. In terms of pure raw strength, Dian Wei, Su Chu, and Zhang Fei were all stronger than Lu Buledin. However, Lu Buledin's willpower was too strong, so strong that it crushed them all. 1 unit of internal energy produced 2 units of effect. A double boost was simply unbeatable. That's the power of his willpower. As for Guang Yu and Yang Liang, their raw strength is still behind Lu Buledin, basically outside the top 10. However, the strength that Guang Yu and Yang Liang displayed was definitely among the most ferocious, also because of their hearts. Lu Buledin's invincible spirit was honed through countless battles. Guang Yu's was unwavering self-confidence, and Yan Liang's was a way of repaying Yuan Shao's kindness and proving that Yuan Shao hadn't misjudged him. These 3 guys usually treat their superhuman strength as their normal output. Zhao Yun's current strategy is to elevate his basic strength and then use 90% of his combat power to crush those who unleash power beyond their limits.